What's happening, troops? Hope you're all doing really well. Welcome back to the channel. Today we're just going to be watching some mountaineering documentaries and playing Grim Dawn. Chatting as well, just whatever. So, I've never really been mountaineering. I'm terrified of heights, but the subject fascinates me. Especially K2, Everest, the Eiger, all that stuff. So we're actually going to watch one about the Eiger, the Wall of Death. So, yeah, feel free to join me if you like. While we smash out some levels in Grim Dawn. I think everything's working. I think I have the chat up. I can't actually test it yet, but I think it's working. We've got the video. Okay, let's just roll with it. If anybody joins, just let me know about the volumes, please. Thank you.
The north face of the Eiger. It's the most notorious mountain face in the world.
The Eiger will always be a dangerous mountain. I'm afraid, therefore, there will be people killed on it in the future.
There's so many deaths in mountaineering. It's crazy.
Seriously frightened before I set out in the Eiger.
Well, I guess it's the same as any sport, really.
A mile of brittle, blasted limestone, hanging ice, and howling winds.
The Eiger kind of, opens its little doors for you, and you get higher and higher and higher, and it will shut them. And there's no easy way out.
More than 60 people have died on the north face, but it continues to fascinate.
60? It's not too bad compared to other mountains.
It's climbing's grand stage, a uniquely public arena where mountaineering becomes theatre.
I think it was a bit like being an actor and suddenly being told you can do Hamlet now.
Its history has reflected the national tensions of Europe in the 20th
I've got really bad
century.
asthma, and I've smoked most of my life, so I don't think I'd ever be able to do any in the mountains, unfortunately.
It's a testing
So,
ground, a rite of passage.
I mean, one can dream. One can dream. I go walks with my mum and our friend. They like to stay fit. So.
For other mountains, I can go maybe to Himalaya with a completely different mind. This will change climbing.
We set out to explore the reputation of the Eiger's north face and to understand what has made it such an iconic mountain.
Am I going to change these? I think I am.
It's March 2009, and mountain guides Kenton Cool and Neil Brody are in Grindelwald,
Yeah.
Switzerland, planning an attempt on the north face of the Eiger. Kenton is one of the world's leading mountain guides. He's guided clients to the top of Everest 8 times.
Well,
and
8
Savannah
times
finds
for
the
Marie
top of
Curie
the
as well.
Eiger.
That's awesome.
I've never seen so much
Doing it for a good cause.
This is outrageous. So it'd probably be good for jumping over the train on skis, wouldn't it? It'd probably be quite easy.
Neil is a professional mountain guide based in the Chamonix Valley. They have both climbed the Eiger's north face before, but its unique combination of history and danger still draws them back.
And for any budding alpinist climber these days, I think if you ask any of them, what would you like to climb? You might get Everest or possibly Grand Duras, but almost certainly you would get, I want to climb the north face of the Eiger. I mean, certainly I did. I mean, I grew up reading all the books. It's just
To be fair, the Eiger has never really interested me. I'd never really heard about it until recently, so.
North face of the Eiger.
Climbers are not,
But it does seem super difficult.
level-headed or reasonable. It's kind of quite often, it's kind of quite the contrary. So they are attracted to the Eiger because of its reputation.
So Kleiner Scheidegg, the traditional launch-off point for the Eiger epics. Last here in the summertime, it's just lovely green meadows, and now it's just all covered in snow. Quite foreboding, actually.
For most climbers, the Eiger remains an elusive prize. It's a challenging alpine route that demands a high level of skill and commitment. And the face must be in good condition before climbers will even set foot on it.
This is a quest item. I don't know how I've got this in my
Conditions
stash.
this winter are far from perfect. It's been snowing heavily for days, and the Eiger is shrouded in heavy cloud.
I mean, if it stopped snowing right now, tomorrow we could look across and we could see these like avalanches of snow and ice and sometimes rock cascading down the face. We basically call it shedding. You know, the Eiger will be shedding.
Yeah, so it's like no matter how prepared you can be.
And it'd just be complete death to go anywhere near it.
I mean, if there's an avalanche,
you know, weather doesn't need to be
you can prepare for that shit, you know. If it comes, it comes.
The wind needs to drop a little
Scary,
bit,
man, really.
Shed its winter coat, and then we would need good weather.
Hey, C9, what's happening, bro?
Climbing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of going to be optimistic and say we've got a 50-50 chance of giving it an attempt, you know.
50-50, life and death.
And things can change.
And they're going to go with that.
Quickly, so,
oh, that's crazy.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah. Good skiing, though.
We've been trying to film an ascent of the North Face for 2 seasons, but the weather has been against us, and the Eiger's history has shown that this is a place that demands the utmost respect.
Just like any mountain man's respect. Hey, well done, C9. Give yourself a pat in the back, my man. Well done. I know you can do it. What's the next challenge in Elden Ring then?
Lifts the next morning, you can see why. The Eiger towers above the hamlet of Kleiner Scheidegg.
Wow, I didn't realise the Eiger was so close to civilization compared to other mountains.
To our armpits and snow, basically.
But I don't know about you, Neil, but I don't think I've ever seen it quite, especially the upper reaches. It looks like it's been kind of blasted. It almost looks like a big rime ice on it, kind of like Patagonia style at the top.
We're just searching around here for a red portal, by the way.
Oof. It's giving me chills just looking at it.
Only one more boss to go, C9. Wow, you've really blasted through the
The
DLC.
Eiger is unusual. Its summit can be reached
Let me
relatively
message my
easily
brother for
along
you
the
and see where
ridgelines
he
up
is in
its
the
flanks,
DLC.
but its sheer face is an altogether more serious mountaineering challenge. It faces north, so it's perpetually in deep shadow.
So it'll be frozen on that side of the
It's
mountain then.
concave, so it traps bad weather close to the face.
This sounds
One
like a
writer
recipe for
described it as being
disaster.
hollowed out like a sick man's chest.
The key danger of the Eiger is probably stonefall, but it also, because it's right on the edge of the Alps, it can almost have its own private weather system, and any front that's coming in from the northwest is going to hit the Eiger first.
Within minutes.
10 hours, that's a long time, bro.
The face is just being strewn with rubble and water and snow cascading down it, and it would become a horror show. To be caught on that face, in bad weather, in a exposed spot, it's a thing that nightmares.
Yeah, I imagine there's still loads of stuff you can do, man. It's not just about bosses, is it? You can explore, get new items, new weapons, new spells.
Protection, very little places to place pegs or any other kind of protection, and very sharp kind of rock as well, very, very loose, so you may have no protection and the holes you're holding onto might snap off as well.
But it's not just the physical challenges that intimidate. The Eiger North Face has its own powerful mythology. The route by which the Eiger was first climbed is one of the most iconic in mountaineering. The names of each pitch evoke stories of extraordinary heroism and terrible tragedy. The Stollenloch, the Hinterstoiser Traverse, the Flatiron, Death Bivouac, the Traverse of the Gods, the White Spider.
I think the fact that every ledge on the Eiger is covered in the sediment of history makes it very special, and it adds to that sense of awe. You know, when you get to the Hinterstoiser Traverse, you know what terrible scenes unfolded there, and that's bound to instill an anxiety and nervousness.
Yeah, I've got to find blood drifts in this area, so...
You clip a peg. Who put that peg in? Maybe it was Heckmar himself. You know, maybe it was Tony Kirk.
Yeah, I watched a bit of your stream when you were fighting Radahn, bro. It looked really hard, really hard.
All these people, and they've all had their moments on their face. Dougal Haston, John Harding falling to his death.
Although I will say, watching you fight him really just solidifies how I feel about Souls games these days. They're glorified rolling simulators. You roll and roll and roll and roll, wait for a chance to attack. You attack once and then roll and roll and roll and roll. Then you attack once again. That just doesn't interest me, that kind of shit. I mean, as much as I love Souls games, that just sounds boring to me. It takes too long, you know. So, and I know that's just my preference, but I think the Elden Ring really solidifies the Souls games as glorified rolling simulators. That doesn't take away my enjoyment from them. I love exploring in Souls games. I love finding weapons and armor and all of that stuff, you know. So I will play Elden Ring again. I'm not very good at bosses, so that kind of sucks for me. You kill the Mother of Fingers. It was more Bloodborne than Bloodborne, yeah, it sounds like it. You love it though, yeah. I know, you know how I am, bro. I'm not a pro gamer or nothing. I suck at these kind of bosses, so... But yeah, the DLC does look beautiful from what I've seen.
Clouded in history.
The Eiger's story began back in 1858, when Irishman Charles Barrington and 2 local mountain guides reached the summit via the west flank. Apparently, he really wanted to climb the Matterhorn, but didn't have the money to get there.
Where the hell is this Blood Grove place?
During the latter part of the 19th century, the British had dominated the Alps. They had forged a golden age in mountaineering, pioneered great routes all over the Alps, and defined what the sport was to become. The Victorian way was to claim peak after peak. It was a romantic
Here we go,
tradition
Blood Grove. Where is this portal?
simply bad form.
Where dying on the mountain was just bad form.
British middle class, dons, lawyers, clergymen, who almost invented this pastime of mountaineering. And most of the first ascents of the big alpine peaks were made by British climbers.
British
Relying heavily on
climbers.
the skills of their local Swiss, French, Italian,
Oh, Queen and
German
country.
guides, particularly Swiss guides.
By the early 1930s,
To be fair though, the stuff they
British
did back
felt
then with
everything
like
the
tweed
Alps had
jackets
done.
and wafer thin
All
boots
that was
is
left
crazy
was the
compared to
great
how they do it
north
now.
faces of mountains they had already climbed, the last great problems of the Alps. But they were turning their attentions to the Himalayas and the great prize of Everest. Young European climbers sensed an opportunity to reclaim the mountains they had grown
Wrong
up
place again.
in, and their style of climbing could not have been more different to the
Yeah,
aristocratic British.
the name alone is uncomfortable. Mother of
Germans,
Fingers.
Austrians,
Yeah.
and Italians.
It sounds
were
horrid.
doing climbs of a technical standard way beyond anything we were doing, particularly in the Eastern Alps, in the Dolomites and Bavaria. They had
We have to wait until New Game Plus to fight him again, bro. It's a shame they've never reintroduced the bonfire aesthetic from Dark Souls 2. So
which a lot of the traditional British climbers actually rather disapproved of. And this was all sort of epitomised in the north face of the Eiger.
These new alpine climbers were poor, working-class young men. Many were unemployed during the Depression.
This German climbers,
Man, where
they
the
had nothing
hell
to
is this
lose.
thing?
They just were good climbers. So they thought, yeah, if we do the Eiger North Face, we will be famous.
Fame comes with a mountain if you
In
climb it
August
first.
1935, 2 of these bold young men made the first serious attempt on the North Face. Bavarians Max Sedelmeier and Karl Mehringer had studied the face
Max and
intently
Karl.
and believed that they had found a direct
I wonder,
line to
can they
the
do it?
No one ever really tried to climb the North Face. So when the 2 Munich mountaineers, Karl Mehringer and Max Sedelmeier, started up the wall in August of 1935, there weren't really any experiences about how dangerous it is, how difficult it is. The only thing one knew at the time was that it was a huge face.
They set out at 2 a.m. on August the 21st. They made good progress.
Can't
At
find
the
any
end of the
info on it
second
online.
day, they had
Great.
reached the top of the first
Okay.
ice field, and still the
I'll just
weather
have to just
held.
keep looking.
Then, on the third night, the weather broke. And a great
Yeah, it'll be hard to
thunderstorm
outdo
engulfed
them by the
Eiger.
sounds of things, C9.
The temperature in Kleiner Scheidegg fell to
See,
-8.
that's cool, the Sekiro feature. It's weird that they don't implement stuff like this again.
On the fifth day, the clouds lifted briefly, and the queues of people at the telescopes could see them high in the face, still battling upwards.
Do I know about the next group of billionaire idiots going down to the Titanic? Yes, I do. I follow a channel called Internet Today, and they covered it recently. Where is it? It's ridiculous, man. People with money never learn. Never learn. Where are we? I swear it's here somewhere. I watched one. Couldn't have been 3 weeks ago. That's way too far. Oh, no, it is. There you go, there. They're going back. Ohio billionaire ready to go back to the Titanic. It's crazy, isn't it? These people, oh my god. Yeah, they should have boss rematches, especially if it's like the main thing people are playing the game for, which it generally is. People play these games for bosses. You should be able to fight them again, like right away. There should be a mechanic to be able to do it. So, yeah. There's a good documentary about it, going down to the Titanic by James Cameron. I think it's James Cameron. Oh, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a really good documentary. It's a 3D one that James Cameron did. Now, if you watch that and you can see the technology, the time and the money that goes into being able to go down to the Titanic is ridiculously crazy. It shouldn't be something that billionaires do. It should be something that's left to scientists and people that understand what they're doing. I can understand why people want to go and see the Titanic, because it won't be there forever. I think maybe it's estimated in like another 100 years, maybe it will be gone, just with corrosion, because right now there's algae, I think it's algae, or there's plankton, or there's some kind of bacteria that's living on the ship, and this bacteria eats steel, it eats rust, or it eats whatever the ship's made out of, so the ship won't be there forever. So I can understand if people want to go and see it, but I mean, bro, there's a fucking movie. You can see the Titanic on the movie if you want. And I guess it's the same. There's an Everest movie. Why do people go up Everest? You can watch videos of it. I think undoubtedly going to Everest, and this might sound crazy, but I think that going to Everest is probably safer and cheaper than going to the bottom of the ocean. So that's just my own opinion on it anyway, but yeah. Such a waste of money, yeah. They could be doing better things like going to space rather than going to the bottom of the ocean. So, yeah, where are our priorities at? That's the real fucking question.
The queues of people at the telescopes could see them high on the face, still battling upwards, nearly at the Flatiron. The curtain of cloud closed once more, and Meringer and Sedlmayr
okay, so there should be a portal line around here somewhere that I can get into. I need to get into it to get the rest of these items. These items here.
As death bivouac.
That first accident in 1935, that really cemented the reputation of the Eigers. Well, it became known as the more developed.
Oh, did those two guys die in the Eiger? Yeah.
And the press just flocked to Grindelwald. And of course, because it's so public, in full view of the cameras and the telescopes, these grisly dramas were played out to the cameras, to the world's press.
I hate being cold as well. Like, hate being cold, so I couldn't. That's another reason I couldn't go up there.
For the first time, this was mountaineering as theatre.
Definitely not fit enough either.
And watch life and death drama unfold before them.
I would like to think I'm fit enough, but yeah, I'd just be lying to myself. But I don't really have any commitments, so I think if I was ever going to go to Everest, now is the time. I just need 65 grand to pay for it first.
The best and the boldest young climbers in Europe, eager to be the first up this dreadful wall, or to die trying.
See, to even go up knowing that you might die is crazy.
Camped in the valley, waiting for the face to come into condition. They were the most brilliant climbers of their generation.
Way easier, man.
Among them were Germans Andreas Hinterstoisser and Tony Kurtz, and Austrians Willy Angerer and Eddie
There's actually
Reinhardt.
some really good photos online that show you just how massive Everest actually is. Yeah. I know this is going to be tiny to see, but no, I can't even see it at all, damn it. Oh, there it is in comparison to other buildings. That's the tallest building in the world, and it's about double that height. It's crazy, really. Too high for me.
They too had studied the face and had spotted an intricate, complex line that would demand huge commitment.
The classic route up the Eigerwand, which so many of us have now followed, was really discovered in 1936 by Reiner, Angerer, Kurz and Hinterstoicer. And it was Andel Hinterstoicer who led this critical passage where you're basically sneaking in from the right-hand side of the face underneath a great red vertical cliff, and you're sort of
God, it looks terrifying, doesn't it, the route that they're taking?
And there's a critical passage where this very steep slab, it's at about 70 degrees, and it looks really smooth. And he did what was then a very modern technique. He did a sort of tension traverse using tension from the rope to edge his way across.
Oh, that's
this
nuts.
smooth slab for a long way, for about 80 feet or so.
When you go along the Hinterstoicer Traverse, it's got a rope fixed in place now, but it still feels quite committing because you're kind of on a traverse line. And as soon as you start traversing a mountain, it makes retreat a lot more difficult because retreating downwards is quite straightforward, but as soon as you have to start retreating sideways, then it all gets a lot more complicated.
Hinterstoicer's brilliant and bold traverse.
And it's not just going up that's the hard part. You got to get back down too.
The
So
route upwards lay open to them.
They got right up onto the Flatiron, almost to the point where Sedlmayr and Maringer had reached the year before, and it was then that they started to retreat.
The reasons for their retreat are unclear.
And if you die up there, they don't get you back down.
Seriously injured by a falling rock.
So if you die up there,
Their
you stay
line
up
of
there.
retreat put them in the path of the constant avalanches.
All the time they're being bombarded by these lethal.
Oh, what kind of phone did you get, bro?
Loose rocks falling from above.
I bought myself a
And
new
from
phone
hailstones
recently. I just bought the same model as my old phone. A Samsung S8. This thing is almost as old as me. Haven't bought a real new phone in years.
People in the valley were able to see these tiny, tiny little figures retreating, watching them through the telescope.
As they arrived back at the traverse, they realized that they had made a terrible mistake. Instead of leaving a rope
A terrible
in place,
mistake.
Hinterstoicer had taken it with him. He would have to reverse the move without the rope in place.
Oh, no way.
And now, the weather had broken.
To make matters worse, those smooth slabs of limestone
Recipe
were now
for
covered in
disaster.
This glaze, this veneer of ice, and so the thing had become virtually impossible.
He tried and tried, but eventually had to give up in exhaustion. The only way off the mountain was straight down.
The problem with that is,
Oh, I died, wow.
Traverse, you've got great overhangs, it's undercut. And so as they set
That was a
off
Samsung,
abseiling
don't know what
down,
types, yeah.
into
Samsung
unknown
will do, bro.
territory With huge overhangs,
I hope it's good.
we're going to leave them dangling in space.
Download some
And he was
emulators, bro,
drawing
on your phone. That's why I've got a
that whole
Samsung, so I can get
business.
emulators.
Frozen ropes, 4 people setting up anchors, desperation.
I've also got a
get
controller
this
that fits
man
onto my
done.
phone.
At some point,
It's a
during
Razer
the
one.
confusion,
It's really
we
good.
don't know exactly
That's
what
why I
happened,
bought the
but
same phone
basically
again.
someone fell.
Oh, no, did he fall?
The others off.
Oh, what the fuck? I've missed it.
Ropes, 4 people setting up anchors, desperation to get this injured man down. And at some point during all that confusion, we don't know exactly what happened, but basically someone fell. Pulled the others off. An anchor failed, and there were bodies hurtling through the air, there were ropes whipping through the air, and it ended up with 3 men dead and 1 man, Tony Kurtz, still alive. but hanging, literally hanging on the rope in space beneath
That's
the lip
wild.
of one of those great overhangs.
The Eiger Railway runs right through the mountain.
You just want to fight the
and there
bosses
are
over and
viewing
over. Gonna have to
windows
make a new
hiding
character
face to
then,
the
my man.
railway guards and the public to look out of. That night, a guard heard a
That's
shout
tense,
through the
bro.
Stollenlock window. Realizing that there were climbers in trouble, he alerted the mountain guides, and a rescue party set out through the window into the storm.
They come up in a special train, they climb out.
What
of
is
the
taking my
face,
health away here so
and they
much?
shout up to Kurt, "We can't do anything tonight. Just try and get through the night. We'll be back in the morning."
The hotels of Kleiner Scheidegg were packed with visitors, eager to watch the drama high on the mountain.
Holy, oh. Is this a boss or something, this guy? Here, what the hell is this?
Early the next morning, the guides climbed out through the Stollenlock window and managed to get to 40 meters below Kurtz.
Wow, so they managed
But
to
they
save
couldn't
him.
reach him
Oh.
because of the overhang above them. Kurtz managed to haul up the 2 lengths of rope he would need to descend the last 40 meters. Somehow, he managed to tie the ropes together. But as he abseiled down, the knot joining the ropes jammed in his carabiner. Mountain guide Arnold Gladhart was one of the rescue party.
I said, look, I give you a knife up, and you have to cut the rope above you, because I'm so good here. We are all good. We are 100%. And you don't fall more than 5 meters to us, and we will hold you. Cut the rope.
It'd still be scary to
then
cut
we
that
will-
fucking rope.
We will be safe.
They were just down there, the people who could save his life. And he just couldn't get, his fingers were completely frostbitten, they were just dead. He just couldn't get it through, and they were saying, "Go on, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it." And he was desperately fumbling and fumbling. And then this has been going on for over 24 hours now, and eventually he just
24 hours, man.
said, "It's finished," and died.
What the hell, bro?
Eiger historian Rainer Rettner believes that Kurtz could have been saved.
There was one thing that happened that was really bad luck. You know, one of the guides had a long rope just put between the back.
God,
and
at
the
this
ropes,
rate, I'm
but
going to end
not
up just
into
watching
his
this.
rucksack. And when he made a sudden movement, the rope dropped and fell to the base of the North Fall. And that was a thing, you know, that was really tragic, because maybe this would have saved Tony Kurtz's life.
If only, eh?
Kurtz's body was later cut down. This recently discovered
Yeah, no,
footage
patch
shows
the gameplay.
mountain guides retrieving his body. The press and the public were
God, is that a
enthralled
body?
by the exquisite horror of Tony Kurtz's death.
Tony Kurt, that was perfect. I mean, it's a little bit ironic, but that was life. That was 2 days, 3 days, and people were there, and radio was there.
Pioneers,
newspaper was
explorers, you know. I'd love to have done
Rules,
something like that,
rules
but
all there, yeah.
everybody knows everything on Earth
Tourism.
now, so
I mean,
there's
it's
nothing
really
left
good
to
for business,
explore.
for tourism. I mean, it's like the reverse of the Roman circus. Instead of looking down into the amphitheatre, they're looking up at it.
I always said, if there would have been television, I think they would have filmed
I found the portal. Let's go.
how Tony Kurtz is dying, because that was so dramatic. I mean, there were 4 climbers tracked in the North Face, and then 2 rescue teams fighting against other. The weather was bad, and stuff like, you couldn't invent it better.
The Eiger was front-page news all over Europe once again. The Swiss authorities banned climbing on the north face of the Eiger.
Well, they banned
And
climbing,
Colonel
wow.
Strutt of the British Alpine Club was outraged.
He wrote words to the effect that this was simply a pastime for the mentally deranged, and that whoever finally
Mentally
succeeded in
deranged.
climbing the north face of the Eiger could satisfy themselves by knowing that they'd pulled off the most imbecilic variants in the history of mountaineering.
Imbecilic or
People just
not,
want to always be
for
the first to
mountaineers,
do something,
the
don't they?
Eiger's north face had become an even bigger prize.
I think it's the only mountain face in the world where you can actually get a train and then just like walk onto the north face, isn't it? Sort of halfway out.
Kenton and Neil have special permission to visit one of the Eiger's most extraordinary features. The Stollen Lock.
Stollen Lock.
When the Eiger Railway was built, the workmen used this window high on the face to throw rubble out.
Awesome, so they can actually access part of the mountain
guides used to try and rescue
from the
Tony
inside.
Kurtz. The Stollen Lock would allow Kenton and Neil to check conditions on the face.
Cool. Wicked, eh? Awesome. This is amazing. Right, can we start digging? Can we?
You can almost see light out of it.
You can almost see light. So this is a Stollen Lock. This is well exciting. I've not popped out of this window before.
This is well exciting.
I've climb past this within about 50, 60 metres. So it's going to be really, really exciting. I mean, this is just great. Because you read all the books about it and you hear all the epics.
This guy just seems so genuine, like he's so happy to be there. Just there and climb, you know. I just want to go and climb, bro.
Walk down the railway track to safety. I can't believe I'm so excited about going out of the door.
That's crazy to think though that people have used the window for safety as well though, like climbed in during a storm.
Digging afterwards. Yeah, come on, Kenton.
Oh, awesome. Check this out. Bugger me, this is awesome.
Bugger me.
Wow.
Hey, look at the mushroom.
Mushroom, yeah.
That is amazing. That's where the base jumpers leap from.
One slip.
Oh, that's something I'd never do either, base jumping, patch that.
This is just amazing.
Oh, I suppose I'm terrified of heights, can't do any of this shit.
It's just like we're on the north face. A spindrift coming down, and it's pretty cold. It's quite foreboding, actually.
I mean, this is a scene of so many epics, so many almost horror-like stories about people battling for their life to get up here and then in. And probably none quite as bad as the 36 epic of Tony Kurtz and his really good climbing companions and friends. You know, as a boy growing up reading things like The White Spider, the book that tells you about the history of the Eiger, to be here, to be part of it.
Ooh, I found what we need.
Time to think about it. That's what's so emotional today. We normally come up here as fast as we can, climbing really fast to try and get up as high on the face before we bivouac. But today I've got time to look around and just soak it all in. It's quite an emotional place to be, actually. It really is. And just
I imagine it's very emotional considering all the people that have died up there. It would be quite an overpowering feeling.
Or conversely, who shut the door, knowing that someone is left out here. It's a powerful place to be.
I imagine it demands great respect. Every mountain, I suppose.
Had made the Eiger irresistible to climbers. The Swiss ban lasted just 4 months, and in 1937, 2 young Italians died on the face.
Oh, 2 young Italians.
In 1938, the last summer of peace before World War II, 4 exceptional climbers arrived in Kleine Scheidegg. Germans Andreas Heckmeyer and Ludwig Vogt,
Germans,
and
of
Austrians
course.
Fritz Kasperek and Heinrich Haller. Their route has become one of the great classics of alpine climbing.
It's a big, complicated route. It's not going straight up and down. It works its way up a series of lines of weakness. And if you're in thick
It's never as simple as just going straight to the top, is it?
to actually lose your way. And it's technically not super hard, but it's because of the complexity, the size and the length. It's a hugely complex mountaineering challenge and problem. And I think it still is, it is one of the really great routes of the Alps.
it's a classic route and it's a serious route. And
Pretty sure my parents have been to the Alps
38, it
when they
was
were
like
much
just
younger.
an
Sure, my dad used to go skiing in the
outstanding
Alps. I've never
You
been,
have to
but
move fast. There are a couple sections there is not good protection, so it's a
where is this
still
other
a serious
chest?
climb.
Work had a camera with him, and he made all the time, he made pictures. And people could see how,
What?
not only read it, but also see how they did it. And these pictures, I find these pictures, if you look at it, it looks wow,
horrifying.
gee, that was bad conditions.
Harra and Kasparek set off first.
And I think the gear they had back then was nowhere near as what we have now. North Face, Bergos, Helly Hansen.
And they were soon
Didn't get that back then.
and Kasparek.
Oh, you maybe did, but not to the quality that you get now.
Much worse than we ever thought and had anticipated. We underestimated the whole thing, the height, the difficulties, the snows, the storms, the difficulty to find a bivouac place, for instance. You know, we had given us a promise, Kasparek and myself, never to climb during the afternoon. And you English have a wonderful saying, have a plan and stick to it. And we
You
did
English.
stick to that plan. We were at the beginning of
English.
the second ice field at 2 in the afternoon, but we started bivouacking because in the afternoon it's hell on the second ice field, and you hardly can avoid to get
Only
hit by
hell on the
storm.
second ice field, not hell all the way up.
At midday on the 22nd, they rested together at Death Bivouac, but continued to climb as separate teams. By now, they were higher on the north face than anyone had been before. They crossed the third ice field and onto the
this
ramp.
boss will maybe drop
As
something,
they
and
reached
there's the portal
traverse
to
of the
leave
gods,
as well.
they
Come on,
decided to
come on.
join forces and climb on
Drop me the
together.
item I need. Nope.
As they reached the great hanging ice field of the White Spider, the inevitable Eiger storm hit.
Oh no, these dudes getting caught in a storm.
Heckmeyer and Ferg shouted to us, we move into the spider, there we find a safe place, you follow us. Heckmeyer, he went up an absolutely vertical crack. They disappeared above us, and it took hours and hours, and they didn't call for us to continue. And suddenly, blood and snow came down on me, and they shouted above us, and Heckmeyer
Blood and
crashed
snow?
down onto Ferg. And Ferg was vertically underneath him. Ferg put up his hands.
No worries, see now, my man. Thank you for joining. When you did, take care, and I'll maybe see you when you get back, my man. I hope you enjoy whatever you're doing, right?
I heard the story, of
Thanks, buddy.
course. And Ferg had a bottle given to him by a doctor, and this bottle said, take only 10 drops, but you know, Ferg was absolutely pale in his face, so Heckmeyer poured half the bottle into his mouth. And
Fuck,
then
I wonder
he
what the
said
medicine
to
is.
me, the other half I drank myself because I was so thirsty, he said to me.
The bottle is thought to have contained strong amphetamines.
Kasparek was about 30 feet
What?
above me.
Amphetamines?
And then he shouted at me, an
Choo!
avalanche is coming.
They'd be shooting right up the mountain.
And so I just pressed my body to
That's
the
cheating,
ice slope,
if you ask
and I
me.
had just time to push my rucksack above
Using
my head,
amphetamines to
and
get up the
that saved
mountain.
really
Yeah, I'll
my
just take a
life.
couple of
And now
lines, then we'll head up the
one
Eiger.
avalanche after the other came across me,
Wow.
and I thought, well, I'm the only one who survived now, because I couldn't imagine that anybody above me could have withstood that force of that avalanche.
The four climbers.
I don't know where this
made
last
the
chest
top.
is.
And as Heckmeyer said to me 60, 70 years later when he was an old man, I was actually pleased there was that storm, because it wasn't a walkover. We had to fight, we had to struggle. And that struggle through the exit cracks was astounding. It was a brilliant, brilliant achievement by any standards, a brilliant achievement. And as they came down the west flank late in the afternoon, they got down to Kleine Scheidegg, and the whole press of Europe was there to meet them. So instant fame for the four.
No, we just have to leave this area and come back later.
And you can just see that radiant glow of fulfillment and happiness.
Yeah, I
in their
don't see
faces.
any
It's a wonderful
any
picture.
chests left. Chest ahead. No illusion.
But not everyone was delighted.
You couldn't read a lot about it in the English press, you know, and there was still sort of resentment of course, because of the political development in Germany, the German climbers were not really very popular, of course, you know, because everyone thought that they had been directed to the wall through the Nazi party, which wasn't the case.
I think
yeah, that wouldn't be so great.
A flag in his backpack, but he didn't took it out on the
It was a different time, so.
I think they just were glad
horrible time
to be on the summit. No swastika flag, no picture, no nothing. Just, Jesus, let's go down.
It was instantly politicized because...
Yeah, I'm just going to leave here. Don't see this chest anywhere, so...
Then they whisked off back to Germany.
Let me check online
they were
first.
taken to the Olympic Stadium in Breslau, and there they were paraded in front of the adoring crowds. The Führer, no less, came to meet them, and they were national heroes. Here was this perfect example of the prime of Germanic manhood, achieving glory on the ultimate alpine climb. It was a spin doctor's dream.
Well, there should be a chest here. It's in here somewhere. I just can't find it for some reason.
The story of the 38 Ascent has assumed the power of myth. 4 young heroes taking on an evil ogre, overcoming huge odds, taking a magic potion that gives them the power to defeat the monster.
A magic potion, yeah, sure.
went on to lead an extraordinary
Cocaine!
life as a
Oh, I don't know.
climber,
What do you think it was,
explorer,
cocaine or speed,
writer
maybe?
and filmmaker. Allegations of
Probably
Nazism
speed.
followed
It'll last a
him
bit
throughout
longer,
his
give them
life,
more energy.
but his account of
Cocaine
the
isn't
climb,
very
The White Spider,
long-lived.
remains one of the most important pieces of mountain literature ever written.
Speed will have you away for hours.
The very public success of Vogue, Kasperek, Harre and Heckmeyer did little to
Although,
diminish the power of the Eiger.
I don't know
It unlocked the door to
how
a
safe
host
it
of
is to
young,
take
ambitious,
amphetamines
and
on a
highly
mountain,
skilled guides,
especially if
eager
there's
to
less
prove their
oxygen
worth
and you're
claim the
already not
ultimate
thinking straight.
Alpine prize
So,
for their nation.
yeah.
The next 2 decades would see a further 30 successful ascents. But for every successful season, it seemed that the Eiger must exact a price. Death, disaster and controversy continued to dog the North Face. By the end of the 50s, it was no longer enough to climb the Heckmeyer Classic. The first solo attempt was made, and a remarkable winter ascent in 1961 in the most severe conditions.
Wow, a winter ascent. You need to be crazy to even
But there had still
think
been
to
no
attempt that
British
stuff.
ascent of the Eiger. Now, a new wave of highly skilled British rock and ice climbers were turning their attentions back to the Alps.
Yeah, there's nothing here. I'm just going to leave. We can come back to this later.
By the time a 20-year-old Chris Bonington arrived in Grindelwald in 1957, the North Face had been climbed successfully 12 times and claimed 14 lives. It was the start of a long association with the
14
Eiger's North
lives,
Face.
man. Wow. Oh.
In July 1962, Bonington attempted the Eiger with legendary British climber Don Williams.
I wanted to climb the north wall of the Eiger. I was fascinated.
Right, let's
by
exit
it.
out and then come back in,
Don.
and we'll come
Probably,
back to
I would
this
say,
portal.
1961-62. Don was at the absolute height of his powers. I mean, he was one of the best climbers in the world at that time. But much more than that, he had the best kind of mountain judgment, feel for a mountain, of anyone that I've ever met. I mean, he was streets ahead of me. I mean, he was more experienced than I was anyway, but he was very thoughtful about his climbing, very focused about it. And he thought through absolutely everything. And on a mountain, you just couldn't have a better partner. I mean, you knew he would never, ever let anyone down.
That's the kind of partner you want, yep,
At the same
on the
time,
mountain.
there was another strong British team on the face, Brian Nally and Barry Brewster.
Barry
It was
Brewster.
a race, you know, amongst British climbers to be the first to get there. We'd gone up. The conditions were obviously wrong. It was much too warm. There's water pouring.
Oh no, I'm going to have to fight this guy with the gun again. Fuck.
And we went up to the beginning
Oh,
of
or
the
am I?
second field just to have a look. And we were only going to have a look.
Maybe not.
We'd already planned to turn back. And just as we were about to turn back, these Swiss guides came up behind us and shouted up to us saying, 2 of your comrades are in trouble. at the end of the second icefall, will you help us to rescue them? And you know, you don't think twice about it. We just turned around and started across the second ice.
See that now about don't think twice about going to save your friend. It's not like that anymore on the mountains.
And then when we were about
If you fall behind or if you're in trouble, you're generally going to get left behind.
And then we saw this one little figure.
We'll see more about that moving on.
Down the face. It was Barry Brewster. And the previous
mountaineering isn't what it used to be.
He'd been hit on the head by a stone, and Brian Nally managed to secure him on this little ledge at the end of the second ice field.
Brewster and Nally spent a night exposed on the North Face. In this BBC documentary, a traumatised Brian Nally takes up the story.
At first light, I tried to really make this decision. And he seemed to stir a little, moved an arm, and he seemed to regain consciousness a bit. So I went back again up the slope and got a stove, thinking that I'd make a drink or some soup or something if he could take it. And I'd started to make this, and he seemed to come to a bit.
Hey Webster. Yeah, I saw your profile picture. I liked it on YouTube the other day.
He seemed to know where he was and who I was, and then he said, "I'm sorry, Brian." And he died.
Oh my God.
And everything went dark, and that really was the end of everything. The first reaction was to go for the summit at any cost, because
So your friend just died and you still want to go for the summit. That's crazy.
I thought of going down. But time passed and I rationalised a bit more and came round to the proper decisions to make. And I took up the rope and started the long haul back.
There's a huge amount of media there, the flashlights and everything else. And then when you got
that's my quest item.
More. It was, you know, it was big news because it was a kind of an epic tragedy. And I think Dawn and I, we were both, we were kind of revolted by it. And that's why we're just very glad to escape.
Willans returned home, but Bonington stayed on in the
I wonder,
Alps,
am I going to
and
be able
later
to find
that
this
summer
portal again,
joined
or have I
forces with
lost it?
British mountaineer Ian Clough.
We were at the absolute peak of our form, and Ian and I got on very well together. It was just a really good climbing partnership. And so I woke him up about 5 o'clock in the morning and said, "Look, I've got a brainwave. Let's go for the Eiger." And dear old Ian said, "Yeah, okay." And so 3 days later, we were going up the Eiger, and that time it was perfect.
Bonington and Clough had claimed the first British ascent of the Eiger's North Face.
Bonington.
Success on the Eiger changed Bonington's life forever.
Yeah, it would do. You'd be famous after it if you climb it first. Well, the first Brit to climb it at least.
Had more money. It is an extraordinary face and an extraordinary climb. And got to think of what it was like in 1962 when, yeah, it was very mysterious, very challenging.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be, and they were saying that all the way back then, so.
Kenton and Neil are out on the face, near the Stollenloch window, climbing part of the 1938 route.
Feel quite small all of a sudden.
It still has a real aura about it, and you set off on the Eiger quite.
I don't imagine it ever loses its aura, especially if people die on it all the time.
And wondering, am I going to be up to it? Am I going to live up to the challenge?
Wow, look at all the spindrift coming down.
Yeah, that spindrift is not looking good, is it?
It's looking horrendous.
So what do they do? Do they keep going or do they come back? Do they make the right choice?
If you're up there and it's always dark, it's always, you know, you can see the amazing alpine meadows below you with the sun shining on them, or in the winter you see everybody skiing in the sun and sitting in tables, eating and drinking and having a great time. But yet you're kind of in this kind of shadow land on the edge of the Eiger, really. So it isn't like a normal mountain at all, really. As is kind of there's something there, there's something living there.
The mountain has sentience. Just like the Hobbit, eh?
Bloody hell.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is not North Face conditions.
Kill no shield, eh?
God, if my mother saw me now, she'd not be very happy.
Being able to judge the conditions, judge your team, to decide whether to go on or retreat, it is really important on that climb, because the judgment to the bottom, when you decide, yeah, we're going for this, it's huge on the Eiger. Whereas with another climb, it might be that you try it and you think, oh, actually, it's not on today, I don't feel right, or we can come back down. But actually, even if you just climb half the Eiger, you know, you're then very committed.
See, that's another thing that I really don't like. As much as I'd love to try, I'd hate to get halfway up there and just freeze because I'd be so scared of the height, and then I'd put other people in danger, and you know, it's...
I think we basically reached a point today.
I think it would just be selfish of me to try and attempt something like that, unless I got over my height of fears. My height of fears. My fear of heights.
And then we can come back and fight the face another day. But as far as I'm concerned, from the perspective of a guide and a climber, this is wrong. This isn't going to happen.
Good shout, my man. Come back down. Don't take the risk.
Yeah, these aren't great conditions on the face.
Terrifying, mesmeric. The Eiger stands there, beckoning young men to enter the lists and try their courage. Graveyard though it is, the elite of the climbing world still look and wonder whether there isn't another route, a direct route perhaps, with no diversions for the Hinterstoiser traverse.
Yeah, I'd be trying to take just the easiest way up, man, if any.
Gods. A new line, straight for the summit, over every overhang, up every ice heap.
Yeah, I think I lost the portal, guys.
By the early 60s, climbers all over Europe were
No, we're
looking
about
for
to
the
level
next
up
great
anyway.
prize on the Eiger's North
Here we
face. The direttissimo, or direct route, straight up the face from the bottom to the top.
It became quite obsessive. It actually originated with a famous Italian climber who said, where a drop of water will fall, there I will make my route. And regardless of whether it's actually the natural way to go up.
In the summer of 1965, Chris Bonington was one of many climbers planning an attempt on the direct route. Once again, the
What a
press and
win.
public
This is what we
struggled
want.
to understand
Boom.
why these young men would risk their lives on such a dangerous mountain, especially one that had already been climbed.
Chris, you've done the ordinary route up the North Face. Why on earth are you going on it again, risking your neck?
Well, for a start, Mac, I don't like that term, risking your neck. We've taken a lot of trouble and time thinking out going on this route, and we've planned the route for a long time. We'd also be prepared always to turn back. We're certainly not taking unjustified risks. Going on from that, for why we're going on the route anyway, well, the direttissimo line's a completely separate line up the north face of the Eiger, and a very worthwhile one. And it's also new.
Whirlwind, let's go. I can't use Whirlwind with a two-handed weapon. I also can't use Leap with a two-handed weapon either. What the fuck is up with this?
And wouldn't set foot in it, particularly the direct route.
I can use Leap and Whirlwind with a two-handed weapon on...
A charismatic American
Oh,
based
I don't
in
know, man.
Lausanne, Switzerland, where he ran a mountaineering school. Initially, Bonington agreed to join forces with him, but as the winter drew on, he changed his mind.
I just got increasingly
Let's go!
worried about the whole thing. John Harlan
I love this move.
was
Spin to win.
incredibly powerful personality.
It's not very powerful at the moment, Whirlwind. We'll just need to put lots of points into it.
Bonington agreed to photograph the climb for the Daily Telegraph, working out on the face as the teams climbed.
The Harlan Direct was this big media hyped up circus thing. Climbers are always split when media gets involved in mountaineering because they like it to be something a little bit private, which is why it's not very well understood.
Yeah, media just always want to get their nose in everything, man.
And some people really were very anti that, it being filmed, it, you know, having newspaper reporters and all this sort of razzmatazz.
By February 1966, the pressure was on. A strong German team was also planning an attempt on the direct route. Harlin had invited brilliant young British climber Dougal Haston to replace Bonington.
Dougal Haston.
The world's press gathered in Kleiner Scheidegg to watch
strong
the
name.
show.
Dougal.
The
Dougal,
Germans
mate.
set off first. An 8-man team using siege tactics pioneered in the Himalayas. Fixed ropes, ladders, high camps stocked with supplies. Dedicated climbing
Bro,
teams
this void
supplied
portal
from
is the
below,
bane of my
agreeing that
life.
They could push on through bad weather. They would continue till they reached the top. The Eiger Direct would be climbed. John Harlin, Dougal Haston, and American rock specialist Leighton Core set off alongside.
It turned into a race. And it wasn't a race of climbers devising, but it developed into a race with a German team, very fine German climbers, climbing parallel to a British-American team.
They had chosen the worst winter for decades. They inched up the face in
Well, that's not a great start, is it? Worst winter for decades. Let's go, troops.
After
Off to a
18
rough
days,
start.
They had reached Death Bivouac, the place at which Sedlmayr and Mehringer had frozen to death 31 years before.
Back in the 60s, the idea of climbing this great wall in winter was almost outrageous. It just seemed so forbidding. And to do that kind of technical climbing with very, very cold fingers, with everything deep in powder snow, seemed almost impossible.
The weather was horrific.
Okay,
Storm
so
after
I think
storm
the portal
thundered in
maybe
as the teams
moves.
battled up the face.
Because it's definitely not here. This is what it was last time, I'm sure.
Haston approaching the White Spider was shot by John Harlin.
Look
It
at
was the
that
last
weather, man.
footage
That
he
is
would ever
crazy.
On March 22nd, 1 month after his team first set foot on the wall, a fixed rope snapped, and John Harlin fell to his death.
No way.
It was just an accident waiting for happening. We were using fixed ropes that were miles too thin, and I think it was inevitable that one of them was going to break sooner or later, and it could have happened to any of us. And tragically, it happened to John. And so he fell to his death. The others were in the White Spider. And they, I think, absolutely rightly decided that, you know, if they abandoned the trip then and there,
Yeah.
it'd, you know, it'd be throwing John's life away.
I don't know. It's kind of skewed logic, I think.
Above the snapped rope, and he joined forces with the Germans to complete.
Although I suppose
the
you
climb
probably would want to keep
John
going
Collins'
for the sake of your friend. I can
It
understand
was a
that.
stunning line with some very, very hard climbing, taking a almost straight line directly up the centre of this immense triangle. So it was a huge achievement.
The press had a field day. The story had all the elements of the perfect Eiger tragedy.
That was like exactly, I guess, what the Eiger's about. Journalism, film, razzmatazz, people looking through telescopes, somebody died, all this sort of stuff, climbers falling out, drama.
It is wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird that people want to
and it was,
watch people fall off a mountain, but
I mean, the whole thing actually.
remember we used to watch people get cut up in an arena, so
We're doing what they really want
humans
to
are
do.
weird
And
people.
I think one of the
or weird
aspects
creatures,
in
I
which
should say.
I think my generation of climbers has been fortunate, is that the kind of climbs that we wanted to do for their own sake, be it the North Wall of the Eiger by the ordinary route or the Eiger Direct, they were real, genuine, mainstream climbing challenges, which the media could get their heads around and could follow. Whereas today, I don't think the media can any longer get their heads around.
Okay, I can now see
hard
locations for this blood grove thing.
In the 1930s,
Because I feel like I'm really
the
just
Eiger
not
was considered
getting anywhere here.
unclimbable, the preserve of imbeciles and the mentally deranged. In 2009,
Okay, so
Swiss phenomenon Uli Steck completed an ascent of the North Face in just 2 hours and 47 minutes.
well, this map isn't the best.
For me, it was completely different. You go there and it's like you go running. You take the first train, you have a coffee, then 9 o'clock in the morning you start climbing, and you know exactly for lunchtime you will be latest on summit. It changes completely in your head, so you just 3 hours exposed in the face. It's not the same mountaineering, like serious mountaineering anymore. And I spent like 1 year training especially for this speed ascent. It's like training like a marathon.
Man, I swear these maps are different, the ones I'm looking at. Let's just reorient myself.
The Eiger's role as grand stage for the most brilliant climbers of a generation remains undiminished. But while headline-grabbing speed ascents provide useful column inches for professional climbers and their sponsors, this is not a publicity stunt.
This whole ascent changed my mind for other mountains. I think there's a lot possible in a different way on climbing. I can go maybe to Himalaya with a completely different mind, and this will change climbing. I'm not
We'll go back down to the next portal and work our way back up again.
In his time, it's just another time.
They're all pretty close to.
Changing. But the mountain.
Yeah, we'll head up and I'll show you.
The Eiger is the great-grandfather of alpine North Faces. Once considered.
Okay, so they all look like they're pretty close to this thing here.
It has now been climbed.
They're all around this kind of area, which is not great, but
the world's extreme elite.
Standing on the Eiger, 3,186 meters over ground.
wow, are they falling or jumping?
People have run up it, jumped off it, and skied down its great face. But despite all this, the Eiger's North Face still commands the respect of the world's best alpinists.
I've often wondered whether with the Eiger...
Okay, I keep seeing this red glow around the enemies, thinking that's the portal.
...construct, whether it really is just this story we've created around it.
Wow, river overflowing. I hope everything's okay, man. Hope you don't get flooded.
People with the telescopes.
I hope it comes down to a reasonable level for you, Webster. I hope you stay safe, bro.
I wonder whether that's all it is.
Sending you my wishes. Hey, Kavak.
The wall itself.
Bro, I didn't get your friend request on Discord. If you sent me one, I didn't receive any, so.
It is the biggest wall in the Alps. It is colossal. It's unique.
Hope you're doing well though, Kavak.
A lot of people, they will never climb the Eiger, not because they couldn't do the moves on it, you know, if they had the safety of a rope all the way above them. But really
I found the
because
portal,
it's
no
so
way!
committing that the risks and the test of your self-belief.
Good to hear, Webster, good to hear. As long as you're safe, my man, that's my main concern.
Fell down. So you didn't have to do it, but you have, you aren't really complete. You have to have climbed it, or at least had some big epic on it.
Advances in weather forecasting and rescue techniques have made the Eiger a much safer place than it was 50 years ago.
Yeah, Whirlwind is cool, but it's not doing enough damage yet.
Mountains have been diminished through commercialism. The Eiger still retains something special. It has been the stage on which some of the most iconic stories in mountain history have been played out to an eager audience. And for that reason alone, it remains unique.
We personally think the rewards are worth the risk, yet to the non-climber it would just seem insane. We do it for those moments which are totally priceless. So, why we pit ourselves against the North Face?
weird, really.
Okay, so we got to find a chest while we're in here, like we did last time, I think.
One of them all.
Hey, that was good, man. Learning about the Eiger. I enjoyed that. Shame about those guys dying, but that's what mountaineering is at the end of the day. You take risks. There was also mud. I'm going for a walk. Bro, I probably shouldn't be walking out if there's a storm like that. No Wi-Fi. Woo! Yeah, I'll do it now, Kavak, and then you can delete your message if you want. Okay, where's the other one? Niger, K2, Matterhorn, Sherpas. Where's the one I'm looking for? Yeah, I guess this one. These are all really old, so sorry about the video quality.
When you go to a place like Everest where you can be faced with extreme conditions and very difficult circumstances, one of the things that it does is exposes people.
Everest this time, not the Eiger.
It exposes actually who you are and what your character is. And that's not always a pretty thing.
The highest summit in the world, standing at the cruising altitude of much commercial jet traffic. Everest not only shows a climber his true nature, but also has a potent effect on his mind.
Although I consider
Send your request now,
a
Kavak.
rational human being, I have to confess that the closer I got to the summit of Mount Everest, the more I wanted to be there. And the fact that someone was dying in a tent a few meters away from us really was overcome by the sheer magnetism of that challenge to get to the summit.
Said it didn't work, Kavak. Okay, okay. It's working. I'll get you back in the Discord, my bro.
On the 25th of May, 1996.
Nice, nice. As long as you live on higher ground, Webster, that's important. Where I stay is relatively high ground as well, so. But we don't really get natural disasters here. It'll flood for sure, but not too bad.
Rang base camp for an update.
As I got through to the base camp manager, I heard the crackle of a radio in the background, and I heard Bruce come on the radio. And they told me, hey, he's actually on the summit, and I remember looking at my watch, thinking this is crazy.
I'll be real careful going down. I'm not going to rush everything. I've got too much to look forward to.
And I eventually finished the conversation and said, you must get moving, you must get moving.
Yeah, you can only stay on the summit for so long.
Yep,
so.
over and out. And that was the last that anybody ever heard from him.
That's the stone of Madrogan. Mogdrogan. I need the spirit of Madrogan. What is going on here?
Better conditions for his summit attempt. He had a perfect weather window and plenty of supplemental oxygen. Yet still, he died.
He still died, wow.
Herod was the 832nd person to summit
Really
Everest
beautiful.
and the
Nice, Webster.
144th to die. Understanding why Herod died is to understand something of the effect that this mountain has on the people who get near its summit.
Everest is bewitching, it is beguiling, it's intoxicating, and the closer you get to the summit, the more the magnetic power of reaching that point becomes all-consuming.
The summit of Everest is 8,850 meters, 29,035 feet high. And whatever route you use to get there, you have to enter the death zone. This begins at 76.
It's called the death zone for a reason, by the way.
1/3 of the atmospheric oxygen there is at sea level. The body struggles, thought processes are slow, and decision-making is difficult.
It's an alien environment. The human body is not made to live above 8,000 meters. Your judgment is clouded. Your brain requires a great deal of oxygen to function. Your brain is only 2% of body weight, but it takes in 50%.
Okay, I'm just going to leave here. I'm going to spend all day looking for this thing, and I can't find it, so we'll just get out of here.
If you can't get oxygen into your brain, you can't think clearly. And your energy reserves are depleted. You don't have much energy to spare at that altitude. Your energy reserves are so low, in fact, that if you get a simple cut, you don't have enough reserves to even heal it.
Bruce Harrod should have learned some of the foibles of the death zone, for he was there with his teammates Ian Woodall and Kathy O'Dowd just 2 weeks before his death, when the most fatal storm in Everest's history kicked in.
Currently foggy. Well, it's overcast here, Webster. Raining. Cold and miserable.
If the weather turns bad, when you haven't made it back to the relative safety of the top camps.
Camp 4 base camp, Camp 4 base camp, do you copy, over? We try to keep ourselves alive up here, over. Yeah, this does look a bit like a disaster. Rescue parties are being organised.
Harrod, Woodall, and O'Dowd were sheltering in their tents at Camp 4, the top camp on the standard southern route, when the storm hit. People at base camp were desperately trying
raining
to help
here
as
in
many as 12
Ontario,
climbers who were
Canada.
stranded in the death zone.
Yeah, raining here too, my man.
Kamler, climbing with the National Geographic
Same as
team,
always.
also witnessed the storm from Camp 3, 700 meters lower down the mountain.
I was in my sleeping bag inside my tent, and I was freezing. And I can only imagine what was going on for those guys up there with no protection, 2,000 feet above me.
What it sounds like is people
It's mad to be trapped up there, man.
Several times during that night, we got people from base camps just asking us whether we knew anything, whether we could see anything, whether we had any idea where people were. What was interesting was they kept saying, just walk across to the tents and see if they're there. And you just had this sinking feeling that they had no idea what it was like.
We have Rob Hall in trouble, we have Scott Fitter in trouble, we have the Taiwanese in trouble. What you have to bear in mind, if we go out in this weather, we may have the South Africans in trouble as well, over.
It's the same here with the rain, Webster. More bugs come out.
A classic death zone dilemma.
Welcome to New Australia, mate.
Woodall and Harrod did venture out in the blizzard to check.
What was yesterday's movie you missed? It was Aliens, the sequel to Alien. Next week it's your movie, Kavak. Next week we're going to watch, was it Hook you suggested?
Search higher up the mountain.
We'd not climbed up to the summit of the mountain before, so going searching is virtually impossible. You know, it's one thing to navigate when the weather's good, which has been our plan. To start navigating in a storm, looking for people who could be anywhere, is virtually impossible.
I think it was Hook you suggested.
The group lost barely 300 meters from the tents.
Yeah, Hook is really good. I enjoy that one a lot. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen it in years.
No longer could move enough, no matter what we did, to generate enough heat.
That's Beck Weathers, by the way. He loses his arms and nose, as you can see.
Of gloves on that side, because I was going to take that arm, put it up underneath my coat on my skin until I could get the heat from my body to warm it back up. Unfortunately, the second I took my gloves off, the skin was instantly frostbitten. And it was just like a searing pain that rolled up my arm. And it startled me to the point that I loosened those grip on those gloves on my left side, and all of a sudden I now am without gloves on one side.
After nightfall, temperatures on Everest get down to minus 20 degrees. With the storm, the wind chill factor must have been...
Don't know why my sword's not in the right location. It is here,
in the
but...
face of which the human body begins to shut down.
It's just like taking a very slow anesthetic. Things get distant from you. You start to feel like you're just floating along over the surface.
I like to think I'd be able to tell myself, don't give up.
To lose any touch with reality.
But I mean, you don't know unless you're on the mountain.
And then you simply disappear.
Neil Beetleman, the senior climber in the stranded group, managed to escort several people back to camp. But after 19 or 20 hours on the mountain, he couldn't go back out.
I was pretty wasted, and I know I passed out probably a couple times for different amounts of time, and I really wish I had been able to regroup or go back and help the rest of the people in. But Yasuko and Beck were not brought back from the huddle.
Yasuko and Beck. You may be biased though, especially considering Robin Williams is your favourite actor. No, Hook is a good movie, my man. Don't doubt yourself, Kavak. Hook is a good movie.
One of the doctors who was up there had basically said he's still alive.
Brand new TV, Webster, nice. Every TV in my house is second hand.
Certainly not going to be
I think.
at this point.
The harsh but fundamental rule in the death zone.
Yeah, shouldn't be alive. Yeah, similar. Shouldn't be alive. Minutes from disaster. You know the thing. I'm on a bit of a mountaineering kick at the moment.
This altitude is so tough that no one has the physical strength to drag, let alone carry someone else to safety. To do so would be to risk your own life.
Yeah, as soon as you give up on the mountain, you sit down, you give up. There's no help. And no one can lift you.
Let's say 28,000 feet, the final band of the mountain, and it's almost a cold, rational awareness that you yourself are beyond help. And that is the reason why morally correct behavior seems to go out of the window.
Six hours after having been triaged, left for dead, Beck Weathers rewrote what was survivable at high altitude.
Late that afternoon, maybe an hour before.
I mean, this
dark,
dude, Beck, he was giving up for dead.
Wake
so.
up. I opened my eyes, and I had a rather clear.
No worries, Kavak. Thanks for joining, my man. Glad to have you back in the Discord.
Before me, and it drove me to my feet, and it kept me moving till I got into camp.
Visions of his family saved him. That's crazy.
Was outside and he wasn't sure who it was who came.
Bollywood movies, never seen one, my man.
Pete, it's Beck. It's Beck.
But I imagine they probably are getting better.
Of course, I picked my jaw up off the tent floor.
Everything gets better with time, generally, if they're good at their craft.
Was met by this very ghostly and sort of ghastly apparition.
I mean,
I thought Beck's survival was a miracle.
I saw a movie years ago called East is East. Is that a Bollywood movie? Or is that a UK movie? Why won't that open? Oh my god. This is doing my fucking head in. Hang on. What? Oh, okay, I know why it's happening. My fucking keyboard, man. It's a shorter keyboard, so there's like macros and stuff on it and whatnot, so. East is East. Is this a movie? No, it's a comedy. I don't know if it is a Bollywood one, so not bad.
He could, as I understand it, actually lose consciousness outside on the ice in those conditions and come round and then have the mental focus, the willpower to start to crawl. That is amazing.
Yeah, to be...
Beck Weathers' survival has called further into question the death zone convention of leaving those who cannot walk.
Yeah, especially if he wasn't dead.
The decision to triage us to death, I understand. I don't know that I would agree with it, certainly not in retrospect, because obviously I made it. And you wonder what might have happened to Yasuko had she been brought back.
Beck Weathers is a perfect living embodiment.
But then again, it's like they're saying it's so hard to lift or help anyone at that altitude. If you're not going to do it for yourself, then
after witnessing this cruelty firsthand, Bruce Herod could take an ultimately fatal gamble. In an effort to explain Bruce Harrod's death. His lack of high-altitude experience has sometimes been blamed.
I'm missing this one thing from that portal that we were in.
But on Everest, this shouldn't
I literally couldn't find it though. And this is a shrine to power us up. I can't use it.
Rob Hall, who is our main guide and an enormously experienced climber, said that on the right day, just about any fool can get up Everest. And that's true. But you have to remember that not every day is the right day. And not every person that can get on the mountain should be on the mountain.
Spin to win! Let's go!
On the north side, when the 96 storm hit, was a man who had far less experience than Bruce Harrod, filmmaker Matt Dickinson.
I had never been above 6,000 meters before, and so my altitude experience...
Hey, it's raining for Rizal now, Webster.
I was a true novice when it came to, a big,
join the club.
Himalayan climb like Everest.
Matt Dickinson was directing a film of 60-year-old actor Brian Blessed's attempt to summit.
7 p.m. It's only 3 p.m. here, bro.
Suddenly succumbed to altitude sickness.
I like it when it rains at night time.
Of altitude is that you can see.
You hear it hitting off your window when you're in your bed. It's
really
nice.
Well, and within a period of maybe 15 or 20 minutes, you actually fade. All your juice is gone. Everything's run out, and you just collapse on the snow.
As the film's director, Dickinson had a problem.
To be told within a period of half an hour, sorry, we're not even going to reach Camp 5 and Brian's got to go back down or he'll die.
So my damage is actually starting to fall off a bit now.
Because we haven't got a film.
Matt's plan had been to wait at Camp 5, 1,200 meters below the summit, while professional guide Alan Hinks both filmed and guided Brian to the top. But having lost his star, and with a film to deliver, the decision was taken for Matt to film Alan's attempt on the summit.
He probably didn't know really the danger.
I'm probably going to switch these out because it gives me more pierce resistance, although I've already got 80 pierce resistance, so yeah, I'm not going to switch these out.
The inexperienced Dickinson was safely guided to Camp 6 at 8,300 meters, slap bang in the death zone.
I do really need
It was here that he had his first taste of the twisted
vitality,
world of
aether,
Everest
chaos,
summit
and
slopes.
stun resistance though. So many.
That night we had this quite disturbing incident where a member of a Hungarian climbing team actually came over to our tent and told us that his climbing partner was basically dying.
Oh no.
One of the climbing doctors from another team had gone past us, I think the day before, and had actually seen this guy and concluded that he was hours away from death. And in that ridiculous way, completely fixated on our own target, completely obsessively following our own goal, I'd actually forgotten about the fact that this guy was dying at Camp 6.
See, that's how crazy it is when you're up there. You don't think straight. You only think about yourself.
Carry him. I can't sling someone over my shoulder and carry them down.
You literally forgotten there's a guy lying next to you dying.
Probably gonna die.
And it's not just that as well. Like, I can, to a certain degree, I can understand. I wouldn't do it myself, but I can understand. So, you're up this mountain, you're almost at the top, and there's a half-dead guy lying next to you. Do you go down with him and come back up next year, or do you go up and leave the guy? Now, it's a no-brainer really. You take the guy down, but it's the price, the cost of Everest that I can understand. You're paying what? Anywhere between 30 grand to 100 grand to go up this mountain. So when you get there and you're what, a few hundred feet away from the top, you've paid this money, and there's a guy half dead next to you, you're not thinking straight because lack of oxygen. Yeah, you're just going to go straight up, So it's a crazy way to be, but people don't think straight when they're up there.
Rationally told this guy that forget about your friend, basically. I mean, Al was saying, look, you are in serious danger. It's not your friend you should be worrying about. He's in a coma. He's going to die in the next few hours.
Being this high on the mountain is
I
like
see a
being
shrine
in
up
war
here.
zone. The team is everything. Few climbers show any compassion.
We're going to sprint up and get it, then we'll come back.
Strangers.
But I have to say, if it was one of my team members, then I definitely would have got up and seen what I could have done. Maybe I would have tried to drag them down, but But I'm just saying that, I mean, it's impossible to drag somebody down at that altitude. You can hardly move yourself, really.
Matt, focused on his film and on getting to the summit, had only some misgivings.
Okay, 2 devotion points.
I think in retrospect, what I would have liked us to have done was to go and
Where are we on a devotion tree?
See for ourselves what the condition of this guy was. But I think there is a very strong sense that there is a line that once you've crossed over it, you really are beyond help on Everest, and everyone you look at is in exactly the same position.
We'll go with this one because it's pierce damage and bleed damage, which is really good.
They probably almost
those are 2 of the damages that we were working with.
And I think that is where the
wow, I'll get 4 points available. How the hell did that happen?
Indeed.
I don't think that morality changes with altitude. I don't think your obligations to other people change with altitude. Everybody that's going to be on that mountain at some level has physical courage. Moral courage is much rarer. Real character is rare. But I think the guys who are the
lots of
big
new abilities
on the mountains climb with a certain sense of an ethic.
Oh, we're so strong.
That it's more important to live within that ethic than it is to go to a summit.
Few climbers leave Everest without having wrestled to a greater or lesser degree with this dilemma. In the death zone, how responsible can you be for other
Actually, just going to check and see what this is.
The storm that so nearly killed Beck Weathers gave rise to some very disparate approaches. The National Geographic team in Camp 3 immediately abandoned their summit attempt and rushed to help.
Our 2 strongest climbers
were
that's
Pete
fine. Athens and Todd Burleson.
Or is it?
And they decided to go up at that point to see what they could do.
Let's put this on leap.
And I was struck by the fact that they opened their conversation to each other with how soon they can get ready.
And we'll put whirlwind on this one because it does bleed damage.
As to whether or not they should go.
Yes, you're above 8,000 meters, but does it absolve you of being human? Does
hey, Shinju! What's happening, my man? I'm on a bit of a mountaineer kick, so we're watching a documentary about Everest and grinding Grim Dawn. Thank you for joining, bro.
The will to help is limited by both ability and resources. Pete Athens was an extraordinarily strong and experienced climber with 4 Everest summits to his name. He was further motivated by the fact that his friend and veteran guide Rob Hall was alive just 150 meters below the summit, having spent the night nursing an exhausted client, Doug Hansen. But even Pete Athens understood that there is a limit to what can physically be done.
Yeah.
Before Todd and Pete left, they wanted to get a radio message to Rob. And I remember thinking...
Rob Hall, that's a super famous story on Everest. We can maybe watch that one next, if I'm still here.
But it wasn't. And what the radio message that they tried to relay to Rob was to abandon Doug. You know, with heavy hearts, they felt that reality dictated that at that point there was no way Doug could be saved, and Rob should just leave him and try to save himself.
Yeah.
It came as a shock, you know, to hear that, but they were being realistic about it.
Athens and Burleson,
and you need that, someone to be realistic in that kind of situation.
The South African team were also being realistic.
I mean, so let me just go over something here.
Myself, Ian, and Bruce.
So, I don't really know what the differences are between copyright strike and copyright claim. I have never had a strike on my channel. Never. I use footage for stuff all the time. I use music. I mean, this is on YouTube now by this guy, David Snow. He didn't make this documentary. It's on YouTube. He's not getting a strike for it. So I'll go... I don't know if I can maybe show this to you guys here. I don't know if it'll show up. So... yeah, it's not going to work, is it? I uploaded a video a while ago. It says here restrictions, right? None. But I do have restrictions on some of my videos. Here we go. There's a copyright one right there. But it's not it's copyright protected. So it doesn't affect my channel at all. So I mean, I don't make money on my channel as it is now anyway. So if I get a copyright protected like this here, it means this video won't make any money, but it can stay on my channel. But because I don't make any money on YouTube, I can put these videos on anyway, because they're not going to get taken down, because the material is protected, not strikeable. You know, it's weird. It's like a weird kind of thing. So, but yeah, I'm generally kind of safe for that kind of stuff. If it does get a strike, I'll just take it down. It's a stream at the end of the day. We're just chilling and having fun. So, I know what strikes are, Shinju. Like, I know how it works. I just don't know the difference between the two of them. Like, this here, copyright protected found. See, this doesn't affect my channel at all. So, and I've never had a strike. So, we're okay. We're okay. Appreciate your concern though, Shinju, my man. I do appreciate the concern, but we'll be fine. And if I do have to delete the stream, like I said, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. We've just been shooting the shit, learning about mountains, and grinding some demons. But yeah, because I don't make any money as is, I don't really care. So
We're not strong enough to be out in that storm trying to rescue people. We just simply been more victims. But there were 3 Sherpas climbing with our group, and now they were strong, experienced climbers. And while obviously you can't simply order them up, it doesn't work like that. They indicated,
I mean,
if there was somebody who knew
think
where
about
to
it.
search.
The Diablo book that I uploaded to my channel over these past few weeks is definitely copyrighted material. If YouTube picks up on the fact that I've uploaded the Diablo audiobook, then that'll probably get me a copyright strike. That probably will. But at the end of the day, I don't really care. If my channel gets killed, I'll just make another one. So, but yeah, I think the Diablo audiobook that I've uploaded is really the only thing that I'd be cautious of moving forward. So
For Rob Hall, they would be prepared to join with that group. So one of the things we were waiting was to find out if this rescue was going to happen.
Lots of new items.
Ever since the confusion and chaos of the 1996 storm, the South Africans' behavior at
No
Camp 4 has
improvement
been a
though.
source of controversy in the climbing community.
You know, we saw them getting in and out of their tents, but they really didn't have anything to do with us at that point. One of our people went over and asked if we could use their radios, and they said that they really didn't want to get involved with the effort. So
they're not sharing radios on the mountain. That is crazy.
press upon them at that time.
You should be up there helping each other.
They didn't hand over their radios because they had been ordered by base camp to hang on to them so they could act as a communications
We'll keep this for later.
We weren't
Maybe.
heroes. We weren't one of the enormously experienced, really big teams on the mountain. We didn't do anything terribly heroic, but we did offer. And we did everything that we were asked of by the people trying to coordinate the rescues.
Oh, I can almost reach them down there.
Having lived through the worst the mountain could throw at them, the South African
Let's go.
team abandoned their summit
Smash
attempt
them from
and
miles
descended
away.
to base camp. But after a 10-day recuperation, the lure of the summit
Yeah, he's
was
getting
still
healed
as
by
strong
someone, I
as
think.
ever. Strong enough to get all 3 of them up there, but only 2 of them back. There have been more ascents of Everest than any other of the world's 8,000-meter peaks. In the 50 years since Tenzing and Hillary did it first, it's been climbed more than 1,300 times.
It's debated whether Hillary and Tenzing did it first. It might have been Mallory and Irvin that summited first, but we'll never know.
I know a lot of guys who summited Everest. Nobody gives a rat's rear. Once you get past Tenzing Norgay and Edmund Hillary, it's been done. So the move to stand on this little piece of real estate certainly may have personal meaning to you, but as an accomplishment, it doesn't amount to anything.
Climbing is essentially a selfish experience. There may be a national cause, or
Yeah,
you may
you
be
do it for
climbing
yourself.
for charity or to raise money.
But I mean, that's just like
But
working
essentially
out.
it's about
You do it
personal
for yourself, you know.
The single
Nothing wrong with that.
determination required for climbing in the death zone brings with it an inherent moral dilemma. when a climber is confronted by another climber in trouble. Bruce Harrod's teammates faced just this dilemma in 1998 on the north side of Everest, when Kathy O'Dowd was attempting to become the first woman ever to summit from both south and north sides. 2 hours
Spin
into
to
her summit
wins.
attempt, at about 8,600 meters, she came across a body in the snow.
I got next to the figure, brushed the hair back from the face, and it was a woman. And that moment was just horrible. She had this long brown hair. And just for a minute, I felt as if I was looking in a mirror into my own future. And then the logical stuff clicked in. And I started thinking, okay, what do I do?
The person she'd found
What do you
was
do?
Fran Arsantiev, who'd collapsed descending from the summit.
She spoke to me. She said, don't leave me. I mean, it's not a great thing to hear. And then Ian's talking into her face, got her by the shoulders, trying to work out how coherent she is.
What a horrible situation to be in. Shinji, my man, you've been reading the Pokemon manga. Cool. Going to eat with your family at a restaurant. So I'm going in a bit. Yeah, no worries, my man. I hope you enjoy the family restaurant. I hope you have some good food, my man. I hope you enjoy your time out. My day so far has been okay, my man. Yeah, it's been okay. Worked out yesterday. I tidied up today. Haven't really done much. I showered. Fed my cats. And then ate. Made a coffee. And now we're gaming. It's getting a little bit chilly in here. We'll just heat up a little bit. Yeah, now we're gaming. Learning a bit mountain disasters. Because I'll never get to climb a mountain, because I don't have enough money to climb the mountain, and I'm terrified of heights.
Saying, look, we will help you.
So we'll enjoy Everest from the comfort of my chair.
And she just stared at Ian with these huge pupils.
But thanks, bro. Yeah, my day's been going well so far. Thank you.
And we figured at that point that she was not going to live long enough.
And I hope you're enjoying your day as well, bro.
Wherever we could carry her to.
So did they just leave her there?
We're not alone on the north ridge of the mountain that day.
3 Uzbekistan climbers who have been coming up behind us come up, and we asked them if they'll help. They don't look very enthusiastic, but they do stop. And they're simply standing there watching us, waiting to see what we're going to decide.
See, that's what I'm saying. Again, there's some randoms that look reluctant to help someone that's dying on a mountain. But again, you're paying, what, 50k to go up there, and while you're up there you're not thinking straight because of lack of oxygen. So yeah, I mean, you really just shouldn't be going up if you're not fit enough. You put other people's lives in danger if you're not. Yeah, don't get worked up, VB. What the fuck? It's a documentary.
We pretty much looked at them and said, we don't think we can do anything. And they shrugged and went on.
Just to shrug someone's life off like that.
I'd had enough.
On the day that Fran Arsantiev died, a total of 8 people summited from the north side.
I don't think you can just justify walking by somebody. For what purpose? To summit? You know, how important is that? If you've got somebody dying in front of you, whatever effort you still have left within you should be expended towards saving that person.
Yeah.
Whether or not you may decide that you don't have the strength or the wherewithal to save that person, but...
Again, though, I've never been in that situation. I don't know what I'd do. I like to think I'd do the right thing. I would like to think I would. But then would you ever get up the mountain if you're always just helping people? Would you? You know?
That's a different issue than continuing on toward the summit.
The reality may be that you may not be able to help somebody. But even if you do nothing else but sit down with them in their last moments and they have something to tell you, that's not a small thing. And even though that maybe I can't lift the guy across my shoulders and carry him down, I think you still have that obligation, that human connection.
Your day is good. Nice one, Shinji.
But even the
don't know what else you wanted to do so far. That's why you're reading. Had your workout early today. Nice one, my man. Nice one. You'll be feeling that tomorrow, bro. You'll be feeling the burn. I'm maybe gonna build my virtue tomorrow on stream. If you're free, you could join, Shinji, if you like. Oh no. I've got it looked out here, so I was looking at it the other day and I noticed that it's super small. There's only three packs, which is really manageable. You know, I was going to build the ZZ on stream, but there's like 7 or 8 of these like all together. So 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I could build this on stream easy and not worry about it taking too long. So yeah, if all goes well, we'll build the virtue tomorrow. Build my virtue. Yeah, I'll do the ZZ eventually, but it's just it seems like such a daunting task because there's so much to the kit. So I wouldn't even take the chance of climbing up the mountain long. See, I'd like to, Shinju. I would love to try, but because of all the years of smoking, my asthma, I'm also not in the best shape. It would be foolish for me to try and go up the mountain. I'd be putting other people at risk. I'd be putting myself at risk. It just wouldn't be worth it for me, but I would love to try.
simple gesture of bearing witness is fraught with danger when you're...
I also don't have 50k to spend to go.
just 400 meters below the summit of Everest.
And I was really worried that if I sat down next to her for a number of hours, I might not stand up again.
Yeah, because as soon as you sit down, you sit down, I'll take that rest, close those eyes.
I'm putting the rest of my team at risk.
It's game
because
over.
If I can't stand, suddenly they're stuck with trying to evacuate me down the mountain. So you're trying to balance a dozen different choices, responsibilities, and make a decision.
It's beyond just climbing ethos and...
No worries, my man, no worries at all. Going to a Japanese festival in Amsterdam, let's go! Nice. You can always watch the VOD, bro. That sounds awesome. What kind of stuff's going to be at the festival, man?
And understanding these
I'm
are,
jealous.
you know,
I'm
human moral dilemmas that people face in different walks of life all the time. They're faced in family matters where somebody has an incurable disease and they're on life support. And until you're in that situation, I don't think we can really understand.
He's right, yeah, we can't.
What
No,
those true, deep
unless you're in that
feelings are
situation.
that somebody may have about their decision that they make.
When the trouble a climber is in is principally of their own making, the dilemma becomes even more complicated.
We're going to make one of these skeleton keys here. We're going to go do a special area.
Fran Arsentiev had taken some extraordinary risks. She and her partner Sergei, whose body has never been found, had chosen to attempt Everest without supplemental
See,
oxygen.
I couldn't live with that.
hugely
The body was
increasing
never
the risk of
found.
deadly high-altitude sickness and hypothermia.
I couldn't live
And
myself.
this despite Fran never having climbed higher than 7,500 meters.
I think people take on the decision to use or not use oxygen very spuriously, and they don't really think it through. People don't know how they're going to respond to those elevations. They don't it really violates the self-sufficiency code of being a mountaineer or a climber.
More than any other mountain, Everest attracts people who want to get to the top, not for the love of mountaineering, but as a way of achieving personal goals. Fran Arsentiev wanted to be the first American woman to summit without oxygen.
That's crazy. You're taking a massive risk there
Inasmuch as
to
we've
summit
shared our
without
dreams
oxygen.
of
Wow.
being in the mountains,
Bro, you're
I have
asking
some
for trouble.
exciting news. I hesitate to tell Mother about the coming events. Never in my lifetime has she ever expressed any feelings of happiness over my mountaineering endeavors. You see, it's just that I don't think my heart can carry yet another note of disappointment from her. I love her so much. No American woman has made it to the summit of Everest without the use of supplemental oxygen. I stand to gain a lot if I'm successful, and I believe if I failed as a mountaineer, I would still be respected for knowing when to get myself safely down the mountain. You've always managed to be the father I was missing over the years.
Oh.
Running interference between Mom and me. You will always have my gratitude and love, Francis.
A lot of people say that she was selfish by doing this, but I was the one who let her go. You know, I was the one. She gave me the last decision, the last word, if she should go or not. And I let her because I knew it was her dream. But I also knew that
Is that her son?
I
She
had
left
to
the
let her
choice
go
with her
because if
son.
I didn't, and she was growing old in her, rocking chair or something, she would really regret not going, and I didn't want that feeling.
Fran's son Paul was 7 when she left for Everest.
God, that's what a decision to leave on your child.
We will never know for certain whether Fran didn't fully understand the enormity of the risk she was taking, or whether she was blinded by the acclaim she felt she would have received had she returned safely.
Comes a point where not coming back is not really proof to anyone.
Yeah.
That you
making it to the
made
top
any
but
kind
not
of
making it back
significant
down
achievement.
doesn't count.
If you've so lost
It's a
control
round
of the
trip. You go up
situation
and down, not
that
just
you
up.
really don't have any kind of assurance that you're going to make the round trip, then it's a nothing achievement. I mean, you have to go
Here we
for
go.
the round trip.
We're going
and
to
getting
the-
to the top. As a
We're
good
going
friend of
to the
mine says,
evil
getting to
area.
the top is optional, but getting back
Good,
down
of
is
course, but
compulsory.
also music performances with traditional instruments.
What is
Bro,
certain is that existing without oxygen
if you can take any videos of the music with traditional instruments, even if it's just 10 seconds of video, I'd love to see that if possible. If you can't take videos, no worries at all, because I couldn't take videos at the theatre. So if you can't take videos at the performance, don't worry about it. But even like a 10-second video, bro, I'd love to see something like that. So no pressure. Webster? Yes. Okay, he's answering you now. Yes. Yes. My man from the Netherlands.
high on Everest really plays with your mind.
My oxygen bottle had run out, or I hadn't realised it, and the interior of the tent became like a cathedral. It felt like it was hundreds of metres above me, with great soaring arches. And I remember looking at this space and thinking, this tent is huge.
You're like, dude's
And then
hallucinating
realising,
just
hang
for
on,
lack
this
of
can't
oxygen.
be right, what's happening here? And I realised my oxygen had actually run out, and sort of scraped around and scrabbled around to try and find another cylinder.
Dude thought
and
his,
strapped it on, and
his
then the
tent was a
reduced
fucking
back to its normal
cathedral.
size again. So
That's
it was
proper
weird
tripping, man.
hallucinogenic moment.
This impaired brain performance comes at a time when you need all your wits about you. Dickinson was about to set off on the last leg to...
So he's up here thinking he's in a cathedral and then still has to climb the fucking mountain. Bro, nah.
the summit.
The sense that we were putting ourselves into, serious, potentially mortal danger was eating away at me. Perhaps this was a moment of sanity amidst this whole story, that I actually was quite scared and very much aware that this 16 or 18 hour period could be the most testing of my life.
So where we're going right now is over here. There's a door over here that I need the skeleton key for, so we're going to go over this way. But I think I need to go up and round to get there, so...
When we actually reached the top, that was an extraordinary moment. I was very much thinking of family and friends and people that I love, and thinking, well, they would never believe that this is what's happening to me at this moment. It was so extraordinary. And to stand there and look around and to see the greatest mountain view on the planet, and to realise we were looking down on the summit of Mount Lhotse and Shishapangma and Makalu, was an experience that I certainly will never have again in my life.
This is going to be tough.
Absolutely sure.
Matt had his film, and Alan, on his third attempt, had finally summited. But in the elation of being, for that moment, the highest human standing on Earth, lay the hard realization, underlined by the bodies passed en route for the top, that there was still a long way to go until base camp.
The summit is
yeah,
the halfway point.
most deaths on
When you
Everest
stand
happen on the way
top of the
down,
world, you are
because you get to the top,
halfway there.
and then you think,
But if you
okay, we
reach
can
that summit,
relax now.
and that is the
Not true.
beginning and end of your focus on that mountain, then you'll probably die trying to get back down.
Yeah, because your legs will be fucking knackered. They'll be like jelly on the way back down. It takes 18 hours to summit.
Though it may be a truism that
That's
the
a
summit
long
is just
day.
the halfway
18 hours,
point of
man.
any expedition,
I can't even do 8 hours a shift at work. Never mind 18 hours on a mountain.
Arsenyev was one, her partner Sergei another, and as Matt and Alan made their way down the Rongbuk Glacier, a third, Bruce Herod, was heading up into the death zone.
The death zone. Let's just open a safety portal.
Bruce Herod was
in case we
hired
die.
as expedition photographer by the South African team leader, Ian Woodall. The team was beset with difficulties from the outset. Indeed, by
Gotta
the
start
time
getting
they
more
actually
points into
reached
Whirlwind
base
as well,
camp,
man. It's doing like
3
no damage.
experienced climbers had quit. A fact that concerned Bruce's partner, Sue Thompson.
I asked him on one phone call, are you happy with Ian Woodall's leadership? Would you believe that he would put his life on the line if you were in trouble? And he said, yes, I trust him. I was the one who had problems with that, because I knew that the other climbers on the mountain regarded the South African team as a very strange bunch indeed.
The team's behavior during the storm that thwarted their first summit attempt on the 10th of
Prejudice
May
on the
may have been
mountain. Oh my
criticized,
god.
but they were
We're like
united
egos.
and determined. Unusually for an Everest expedition,
Racism on the mountain.
fairly
What
democratic
next?
lines.
No worries, Shinju, my man. Thank you for joining, bro. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a fantastic time at the festival tomorrow. If I don't speak to you before that.
And Bruce spoke first and said, I want to go back. And then I said, I do too. And he said, well, so do I. So, okay, let's have a talk to the Sherpas and see what they want to do. And they also wanted to go back.
Bruce faxed me and said, we've decided to go up again. And that really upset me, because it was a bold statement, this is what I'm going to do. And you're really no part of this consideration at all.
It's crazy,
His
isn't it?
ambition to get to the top may have clouded the sensitivity with which he communicated with Sue, but the horrors of the storm were certainly still with him.
Bruce and I had a long conversation the night, I think, before the team set out again. And he was extremely upset about Beck Weathers. And when I told him that it looked as if Beck was going to lose his hands, he actually cried. He was completely distraught, and was clearly haunted by what had happened on May the 10th. And yet, almost in the same breath, he confirmed that they would be leaving again for the summit.
Madness. Yeah, definitely not
From
thinking
Camp
straight.
4 to the summit and back takes around
It's called the
14
death
or
zone for a
15
reason,
hours.
so.
In order to get back to the safety of the tents in daylight, climbers normally leave in the middle of the night. Aiming to leave at midnight, Bruce was delayed fixing a broken head torch, so Ian and Kathy set off ahead of him. Dawn came at about 4
Oh,
a.m.
where's my health going?
It's
Oh my god.
a perfect day, so there are no navigation issues, complete blue sky.
Oh, we just
And it's
leveled
not
up. Let's
easy
fucking
to get
go.
lost on that particular summit route to Everest. You are either on the ridge or you have fallen off it.
Nobody did get lost, but Bruce never caught up with his two teammates. Kathy and Ian were together on the summit after about 9 hours climbing.
Now, there's a boss
So,
we're going to have to fight. It
whereas
might take a
Ian
while,
and
but
Kathy had summited
we're okay.
somewhere around 9:30 in the morning, there was no sign of Bruce anywhere. And I could feel the anxiety growing inside me, even though there was nothing at that stage to suggest that all this was going to end in tragedy.
An hour and a half below the summit.
It's weird how you just know sometimes.
At about 12:30, Kathy, descending, came across Bruce still trudging upwards. Given his slow
wow, turns round into a torrent of magma that deals fire damage.
With Bruce, and that he wasn't going to make the
That'll be the
summit
next
by 2
upgrade we
o'clock,
get.
the generally accepted turnaround deadline. His summit bid looked in tatters.
Bruce came up to me and he gave me this big hug. And my first question to him was, are you okay? Because it was definitely slow. For Bruce, this was slow. And he said to me something along the lines of, I had a bad night, but I'm feeling really good now. And then he started to quiz me about the ridge.
And it can all just change in an
I just
instant when
assumed
you're up
Bruce would
there.
turn around with us. And then I thought, he's going on. He intends to go on. And I was quite disconcerted about that. I wasn't sure what to say. So I was kind of answering his questions, and then Ian comes up behind us. He and Bruce shake hands, and Ian joins the conversation.
What happened when Bruce actually met Ian and Kathy, I don't think we're ever going to know the content of the conversation. I think a highly experienced climber who no longer needs that sort of emotional attachment to the idea that it's the summit or nothing would have said, you are going to die if you do this. Perhaps such a bold statement might have triggered, a return to common sense.
But you'll never know.
Despite
You'll never know.
articulate and focused during
I
this
mean,
conversation,
you're not in that situation. It's always easy to look back in hindsight and be like, oh, why didn't they tell them this? Why didn't they tell them that? But nobody's thinking straight up there. Nobody.
he may have felt fine.
Only the Sherpas, and then nobody ever listens to the
There are
Sherpas.
no margins for error.
Bruce was very enthusiastic, very energetic, very strong in his own right, but he didn't have the crucial amount of experience to make summiting a safe endeavor. And the people who were with him should have recognized that and
Okay,
should
this
have realized that it was
enemy
late.
here might take a
Should
bit
have
of
just
bit of
done
work.
Whatever they could have done, cajoling, encouraging, dragging him down if they needed to, and just say, listen, this mountain will be here next year and the next year and the next year. But you
Exactly.
need to
Mountain's
come
always
down.
going to be
You need
there.
Come down now.
Again, I know it's super expensive, so when people say the mountain's always going to be there, yeah, that's understandable. But I mean, are you going to have 50k to 100 grand every year to spend on going to the mountain? Don't think so.
People think that Ian should have been more autocratic and ordered Bruce down. Well, I quite frankly think that Bruce's response would have been, stuff off. And then what are you supposed to do? Take out your ice axe and threaten to hit Bruce? If he
She makes a
doesn't turn
point, yeah.
round? And then what have you got? A fist fight at 8,500 meters on Everest?
No thanks.
We are adults. We should be allowed to make choices. We should also be allowed to take responsibility for our own choices and not forever seek
There we
to
go.
blame
Get
somebody
smoked, Herald of the Stars.
It's delusional to say that they're not responsible, that people are up there individually.
Okay,
and
we used our
behaving as
skeleton key.
individuals or behaving as a group of two and a group of one. I mean, that's
It's going to be really
utterly
dangerous
absurd,
through here.
especially given what had taken place just a scant few weeks earlier.
The outcome of the conversation was that the group, once again, separated. We will never know how Bruce was feeling, but we can assume he was utterly in the grip of summit fever. As the last member of the last team on the mountain that season, he was also totally alone.
Alone on the mountain, man. It just keeps getting worse
We
with this
got
Bruce
back
guy.
to our Camp 4 about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and now we're sitting with the radios on standby waiting. And he doesn't call, and he doesn't respond when we try and call him. So again, we assumed he'd turned round. And then at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we get a radio call from him. And Ian's first thing was, Bruce, where the hell are you? And Bruce says, I'm on the summit.
5 p.m. on the summit is bad. Really bad. Now, a lot of the old expeditions, the 1995, 1996 one specifically, Rob Hall and Scott Fisher, They had a 2 p.m. turnaround at the latest. 2 p.m. Now, that's already 3 hours later. 5 p.m. It's going to be getting dark. Weather's unpredictable. Man, yeah. Recipe for disaster right now.
And my heart just sank. He took too long. He took way too long.
Yeah, thanks very much, mate. We've made it. I'm not going to drill now. Over.
To add to the puzzle, here was a man who'd already taken 17 hours to reach the summit.
17 hours.
Exhausted, but sounded completely compos mentis.
I said 18. Close
and
enough.
Probably have happily chatted.
That's a
for
long
another
day.
Sort of 5 minutes, unless I'd said, "You've got to get out of there. You've got to get down."
The team kept their radios on standby to chart Bruce's progress down the mountain.
And we waited. And we waited. I mean, at base camp, they stayed awake all night. At Camp 4, we eventually fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. And then I came awake again, and it was dawn. And then I thought he was dead.
It's only the special few can make it through the night exposed on Everest. I don't know if it's willpower, sheer determination. You'll never know with these people.
It wasn't until almost a year later that reports got back to Sue Thompson of Bruce's body having been found. Incredibly, 4 expeditions climbed past him before Pete Athens arrived on his 5th successful summit climb.
It's the not known that gets me. You know, imagine your partner, your brother, sister, they go away up the mountain. You say goodbye, tell them good luck and everything. Then they die on the mountain. You don't get the body back. You don't ever really get closure. Everybody's story's different. Yeah, a horrible, horrible thing to happen. That would kill me, not knowing. Never seeing them again. No real funeral, no real goodbye.
And just seeing him on the Hillary step, hanging upside down, face out, his nose, his face completely black. It was just heart-wrenching for me. And people had been going by him previously, you know, to our summit attempt that year. And I just found that just incredibly reprehensible, that he was almost like a fixture.
Yeah, cut him down, man.
Pete Athens cut him down, retrieved his camera from his pocket, and pushed his body over the edge. The camera eventually made it back to Sue Thompson.
So I went to the lab. I said to the technician, "Please will you be very careful with this roll of film, because the photographer cannot go back and get the shot again." And I explained what had happened. And I got this look as if to say, okay, it's too fantastical to believe. I went out and paced London for a couple of hours while they developed the film. Went
What
back
a
to the
nerve-wracking time that must have been.
and was amazed to find these 2 perfect summit shots. Self-portraits on the summit. Perfectly composed, perfectly sharp.
So it makes you wonder then, what happened to the guy?
Taken a perfect shot.
It can happen so fast.
Clearly died
It can all go
within
wrong.
probably half an hour
Like
of
that.
taking that shot.
It has been said that if Everest was 1,000 feet lower, it would have been climbed in 1924. It's precisely the right height to test a climber's strength and endurance to the limit. This location, at the very edge of what is humanly possible, ensures that no matter how many times the ethics of climbing in the death zone are debated, anyone wanting to stand on top of the world will find their morality severely tested as they fall under the spell of the summit of Mount Everest.
People are still attracted by that allure of Everest. Some of them want to perform ever more extraordinary feats. They want to be the youngest, the oldest. It's never going to go away.
No. It's only going to get worse, and it
Implicit
has
in
been
that is
getting
also
worse,
the fact that
commercial-wise.
there are always going to be more members of the Everest Bereaved Club.
Like, there was a photo from 2019 where there was like a traffic jam on the ridge of the mountain. Horrifying to look at. Ah, yeah. Horrible, man. And what can you do while you're up there? Nothing. You just gotta fucking wait. Hope that everybody moves. Hope you don't get frostbite. Hope that you don't get cerebral edema. Yeah. Yeah, certain kind of person. Like I say, I'd try, but yeah, I can't because I've got asthma and I'm not fit enough.
Hello again. I live up here in the far northwest of Scotland, where I run an adventure school. But sometimes, when I want to think a bit, I come up here.
I live up here in
just a couple of hundred feet up behind the house. It's not really a hill, far less a mountain in the world scheme of things. But this edition of Wide World is all about men and mountains much higher than this one. First, I want to ask you a question. Who said, because it's there? And what mountain? Well, the mountain's easy enough.
We know.
Everest. But the man, George Lee Mallory. Not long after he made that famous remark, Mallory was last seen less than 1,000 feet from the summit, and still going up. So was he in fact the first conqueror of Everest? Nearly 30 years before Hillary and Tenzing. This question has fascinated many people besides me. The mystery of Everest.
Wait till you see the gear this guy was wearing. Mallory, it's crazy. You see people in full snowsuits these days. Full snowsuits, gloves, oxygen. Yeah, wait till you see what these original guys were wearing.
It was on the morning of Sunday, June the 8th, 1924, that George Mallory and his climbing companion, Andrew Irvine, set out to climb the final slopes of the highest mountain in the world. Shortly after midday, they were spotted less than 1,000 feet from the top. Then, clouds rolled in and they were never seen again.
Pioneers, explorers, never seen again. Although Mallory has been seen now. Mallory's body was found in the 90s.
Up the mountain and look again at the evidence of climbers and
perfectly preserved.
To try and unravel what remains one of the greatest mysteries of modern exploration.
Yeah, it was 1999. I'm sure they found Mallory's body. They never found his friend's body though.
Being the first to reach the top of Everest. The last person to see Mallory and Irvine before they disappeared was the expedition geologist, Noel Odell. In an interview just before he died, he told us that he believed nothing would have stopped Mallory going for the top.
I think that when they got to the foot of the final pyramid, it was late. Mallory would say, well, we've got to hurry up here because it's almost approaching dusk. And along we go. I don't think
to a ground slam
in any way would have hesitated to go.
I'm going to keep them.
I think he'd been unfit enough to say, oh no, I don't think we can manage it. I think he'd been perfectly willing to go on, and they might well have got to the top.
Captain John Noel, who is now 97, was the official photographer and filmmaker on that 1924 expedition.
Might keep them too.
He believes that Mallory realized that this would probably be his last opportunity to reach the summit, and he felt Mallory was a very determined man.
Mallory was, I got the impression that he was absolutely obsessed with the idea of climbing Mount Everest. He'd set his heart on it. He thought about nothing else at all.
Very English, this guy.
And I believe... that was one of the reasons of his death.
Until the first Everest reconnaissance expedition of 1921, no Western explorers had been within 40 miles of the mountain, and in those days, knowledge of high-altitude climbing was very limited. No one knew, for example, whether it would be humanly possible to survive on the summit at 29,000 feet without oxygen.
You've got to realize one thing about choosing the members of the expedition, because we were short of climbers. You see, the First World War killed many of the youth of our country.
Yeah, First World War probably took a lot of climbers.
These expeditions were exploration in the grand style. Hundreds of porters, cooks and donkey men serving a handful of curiously assorted and by modern standards ill-equipped mountaineers.
Ill-equipped? You don't say.
The Tibetans were amused by this strange cavalcade. But despite this, these were men in the mould of the great Victorian explorers and empire builders, to whom nothing seemed impossible. George Lee Mallory was a vicar's son from Moberly in Cheshire. He was a schoolmaster and lived in Cambridge with his wife and 3 small children.
Such an unassuming guy. You wouldn't expect him to be climbing the highest mountain in the world.
And friend of the poet Rupert Brooke. He was a quiet man, an intellectual, but by 1924 he was the most experienced Himalayan climber.
There's no safety portals here, by the way. If we die, we die. I can't open any portals in here to save myself.
Andrew Comyn Irvine, Sandy to his friends, was only 22, an engineering student at Merton College, Oxford. He was the
Sandy
star
Irvine
of the
looks more like
university rowing team, tall, blonde,
a climber
powerfully
than
built.
Mallory does.
This was to be his first time in the Himalayas, but he had almost no mountaineering experience. Yet on the boat trip to India, Mallory had
See these
singled him
green
out as a
pools,
possible
man?
climbing
Fuck
partner.
off!
It
Stop
would, he
chasing me.
thought, be a powerful combination of experience and youth.
Oh, there's
Everest
too many
was the
enemies
chance
here.
of a
This is
lifetime for
too
young
intense.
Irvine, but for Mallory, this was his 3rd Everest expedition. And at the age of 37, he knew it was unlikely he would go again. In his last letter to his wife, Ruth, he said,
This is Mallory's last
50 to
chance
1
then.
against us, but we'll have a whack yet and do ourselves proud.
How very British. We'll have a whack yet. We'll do ourselves proud.
All these early
Yes, Barbara.
expeditions attempted Everest from the north side, from the Tibetan side.
Am I in a
those
house
days,
here? I can't
Tibet
see
was
anything.
open and Nepal was closed. It's a route now returned to by many of the recent
You can move the camera in this game, but I find it dead disorientating.
Up the East Rongbuk Glacier before
So
the
easy to
mountain
get
is even
lost.
reached. The principal barrier to the upper slopes is the imposing cliff of the North Col.
Let's switch it back round. There we go.
1,500 feet of steep snow and ice. Back in 1921, Mallory had climbed to the North Col at 23,000 feet and had seen a possible route onward to the summit. The following year, he was with another British team which had pushed to 27,300 feet, within striking
he's
distance of the
almost
summit,
there.
and far higher than anyone had been before. But that expedition was marred at the very end, when a column of porters...
Oh, I'm trapped.
Mallory was
Move.
leading
Let me
up
out
the
here.
North Col,
Fucking hell.
was caught in an avalanche.
I hate
7
these
men
shrines, man,
died,
for that
and
reason.
Mallory held himself responsible for that accident.
They just lock you in place. You can't get past the enemies.
Now, in 1924, the team once again made the arduous 6-week journey from northern India.
Who's there? Wee poopies. Who's there? I see you. We just got a legendary item. That's only my 2nd ever legendary. This is the first legendary that I got. The guillotine. What is this one? Dawn. Oh, it's a fucking crossbow. Oh. Hey, wee cheeky chonkies. Behave. It's a crossbow. Okay. Oh, we're going to keep it, that's for sure. Oh, I got my hopes up there for nothing. Where is it, wee stinkies? This is my seat. You go up on the bed. Come on. Come on. Up here. Where'd you go? Yep. There you go. Good girl.
To the mountain. They arrived with high hopes. After all, they'd got very close to the summit in 1922. Mallory wrote to a mountaineering friend, "We're going to sail to the top this time, and God with us." Or
Such
stamp to the
confidence,
top with our
Mallory.
teeth in the wind.
I suppose you need to be confident. You can't go into these things doubting yourself, second guessing, you know, or you'll never make it.
But a month later, it was a different story. Heavy snow and high winds had destroyed the chance of a quick ascent. 2 attempts to establish a camp on the North Col at 23,000 feet had already cost the lives of a porter and a Gurkha climber. And Mallory wrote home to his wife, "It's been a bad time altogether. I look back on tremendous effort and exhaustion, and dismal looking out of the tent door into a world of snow and vanishing hopes."
At that point, I'm asking myself, why aren't you turning around, Mallory,
Hope
if it's
was
been so
vanishing
bad
fast.
already?
The onset of heavy monsoon snows could be no more than a few days away now, spelling an end to all climbing for the year. Yet there was still enough spirit in the team for one last all-out assault.
Because I don't imagine it cost as much back then.
Shortly be decided. The third time we walk up the
I imagine it was
East
probably
Glacier,
harder to
will
climb
it
Everest
last
back
better
then,
or worse?
but not as expensive.
We've counted our wounded and know roughly how much to strike off the strength of our little army as we plan the next act of battle. We expect no mercy from Everest.
Oh, what is that thing? Holy
In
smokes!
the first attempt on the summit, Mallory and Geoffrey Bruce failed to establish a high camp because their porters insisted on turning back.
Oh, this is maybe
2
where I
days
die.
later, with the camp now in place, Colonel Norton, the expedition leader, with Howard Somerville, traversed across the north face towards the summit. They were climbing without the help of bottled oxygen.
Oh, we're good, we're
and
good.
Somerville was forced to give up
See,
because
standing
of a
on this
severe
green stuff hurts me.
high-altitude cough.
Got him! Let's
Norton
fucking
went on
go.
alone to set a new
Anything good?
high-altitude
No.
record of
Oh, maybe.
28,200 feet. Climbing to this altitude had proved an alarming experience. Somerville had almost died of suffocation in a coughing fit, and Norton had to be carried down in great pain, suffering from snow blindness because he had taken off his goggles.
Snow blind. There's so many things you got to watch out for. Hypoxia, cerebral edema,
Somerville wrote to the Times,
snow blindness,
"We have no excuse.
falling,
We've been beaten in a
everything.
fair fight, beaten by the height of a mountain and by our own shortness of breath." But Mallory was not persuaded. He was determined to make just one more final attempt. And this time he'd do
Oh,
it with oxygen.
if Mallory's
In fact,
anything,
he reckoned
he's
the 2 previous
persistent.
attempts had been a waste of effort without it. But the sets used in the 1920s were primitive. They were notoriously unreliable, and each weighed 33 pounds. This is an enormous load at high altitude. But Irvin was an engineer and carried out extensive modifications. He reduced the weight by 5 pounds and coaxed the best out of the equipment. Nevertheless, he was appalled and wrote home, "The oxygen apparatus has already been boggled. They haven't taken my
Again,
design,
all these warning
but what they have
signs,
sent is hopeless.
especially with the oxygen.
Breaks if you touch it. Leaks, is ridiculously clumsy and heavy. Out of 90 cylinders, 15 were empty, and 24 leaked badly by the time they got to Calcutta. Ye gods. I broke one today taking it out of its packing case." For this last climb, Mallory had selected Irvin as his climbing partner rather than Noel Adele, who might have seemed the logical mountaineering choice.
Oh,
because
come over
Adele
at a
was
dead
by
end, it
far
looks
the
like.
more experienced climber and just coming to the peak of his fitness.
I think Mallory realized that since they were going to try to get a beneficial effect from oxygen apparatus, Irvin had done a lot of the last stages of work.
Lucky
on the
Irvin was
apparatus
there,
they
man,
were
to
taking.
do work on the
That
oxygen, or
he-
they would have been shafted from the very beginning.
To Mallory, he was the better mechanic than myself. He'd done an awful lot of work on this apparatus. And when Mallory spoke to me about this, I said that I was perfectly satisfied, and I told him frankly that my interest in the mountain was not only to climb it, but also to know something of the composition of it, and told him about the geology.
On the morning of June the 6th, Odell took this picture of Mallory and Irving leaving Camp 4 on the North Col. It's the last picture ever taken of them. Next day, he received a message sent down with
It's
the
not the last
porter
picture anymore,
to say they'd
but
gone
yeah.
up to their high camp, just
It was at this
2,000
point in
feet
time.
below the summit.
And they have
Dear
went on
Adele,
expeditions to
we're
find
awfully
Irvin's
sorry to have
body.
left things in such a mess.
but
Our cooker rolled down the slope at the last moment.
yeah, I still never found it.
Be sure of getting back to 4 tomorrow in time to evacuate before dark, as I hope to. In the tent, I must have left a compass. For the Lord's sake, rescue it. We're without. To hear on
For the
90
Lord's
atmosphere
sake.
for 2
How
days,
very British.
So we'll probably go on 2
Very
cylinders,
properly spoken.
But it is a bloody load for climbing.
For the Lord's sake,
Perfect
save
weather
my
for the
compass,
job.
Rupert,
Yours
please.
ever, G. Mallory. On the day of their last ascent, Adele was climbing in support, about half a mile below and behind them.
So we're just going straight up now, I think. I don't even know what rewards I'll get from this
Clouds
area,
suddenly
if
cleared
any.
above him. He wrote later, I noticed far away on a snow slope leading up to what seemed to me to be the last step but one from the base of the final pyramid, a tiny object moving and approaching the rock step. A second object followed, and then the first climb to the top. As I stood intently watching this dramatic appearance, the scene became enveloped in cloud once more. It was, of course, none other than Mallory and Irvin. An hour after Adele's sighting, in the early afternoon of the summit day, the weather took a turn for the worse. Concerned for Mallory's and Irvin's safety, Adele climbed alone beyond Camp 6 in a high wind and driving sleet to try and find his friends. But there was no sign. And as instructed by Mallory, he returned to Camp 4 at the North Col.
I'm almost
that
out of
night.
room for loot. I'm gonna have to just come back here at one point. I'll wait until we level up and then we'll get out of here.
Despite feeling exhausted, Adele climbed again on his own to the top camp, but found no trace of Mallory and Irvin.
I don't want to get trapped up here. Oh, I'm trapped. No!
He'd now been above
Earthquake!
23,000 feet for 11 days, and his solitary search for the missing climbers barely
Oh, I thought it was
1,000
going to
feet
crash
below
on
the
me there.
summit.
It did crash
Remains
on
a
me yesterday for the first time.
Without parallel.
But I mean, I've been playing it for a good while now and a lot of mods and it's only ever crashed once. That's really good performance. Apart from the fact that it's not optimized very well.
blowing snow and mist stuff. Visibility was bad, very bad. Anyhow, I got back to bivouac tent after looking for them.
Oh, am I going to die here? This is maybe the end.
Above 27,000 feet.
Keep pushing, Smasher, we can do this.
I got up somewhere between 27 and 28,000 feet and got back there. I signaled by a very primitive means, by means of sleeping bags placed in a certain position on the nearest patch of snow, which I did, indicating couldn't find them. And that
looked for Mallory but couldn't find them.
They were lost.
The expedition leader authorized an answering signal. Abandon hope, come down. There was no point in mounting another search. After 4 deaths, Colonel Norton was not prepared to take further risks. He felt
Which is
Mallory's
fair.
and Irvin's lives
It's fair
had not
play.
been wasted, that they had died to keep alive the spirit of adventure that had made the British Empire. He said,
Spirit of
"We were a
adventure
sad
in the
little
British
party.
Empire.
From the first, we accepted
cringe,
the loss
bro.
of our comrades in that rational spirit, which all of our generation had learned in the Great War. And there was never a tendency to a morbid harping on the irrevocable. The struggle to reach the highest point on Earth had made heroes of Mallory and Irvin. And
I never
captured
thought
the
about that before. The
imagination of
Great
a world
War
so
making it
recently
easier
savaged by
to
war.
accept death. Maybe we're
No
all
one
too
can know
soft
for
these
sure
days.
whether Mallory and Irvin were the first to reach the summit
I'm
of
certainly
Everest.
too soft.
Officially, the honour of first ascent went to Sir Edmund Hillary and Sherpa Tenzing Norgay in 1953.
But should it have went to them?
Yes, when I reached the summit of Mount Everest and sort of looked round about, and particularly when I looked down towards the North Col, Mallory actually was very much in my mind. And although I really had no hope of actually seeing any sign of his passing, I certainly looked down towards the North Col. I looked sort of over and down the very steep slopes leading from the summit, and but I saw nothing, no sign of Mallory's passing.
It's a shame.
The loss of Mallory and Irvin brought the death toll over the first 3 Everest expeditions to 13. And still, the tantalizing uncertainty remained. Had the mountain been climbed? In 1986, an American team went to Everest to examine the clues and the conflicting accounts of Mallory's last climb. The team included Audrey Solkeld, British historian, and one of the world's leading authorities on Everest, and Tom Hosell, a Boston engineer who has studied the Everest mystery for 16 years.
How do I get over at this next
Together,
bit?
they've written a book in which Hosell outlines his own controversial theory about what might have happened.
What I think happened
A
is that
fort
Mallory
over
and
here?
Irvin reached the second step, a 50-foot cliff and the only real obstacle in their path, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time,
Okay.
Mallory had to make a major decision because it was really time to turn back. So he had a brainstorm. He decided to send Irvin down, Irvin was an inexperienced climber. He would take Irvin's oxygen and together with his own give him just enough to reach the summit, and then Mallory could continue on the risky climb to the top. Remember, this was Mallory's 3rd time to Everest, and certainly
Look at
would
what
be
he's
his
wearing.
last attempt
He's got
to
a
reach
shirt
the
and a
summit
fucking
of
tweed
the highest
jacket
mountain
on,
in the
man.
world. They started off,
That's
Mallory up and
hardcore.
Irvin back to Camp 6, and in about an hour were hit by a snow squall. The snow squall proved
Shirt
too
and a
much for
tweed
Irvin,
jacket.
and he fell to his death. Mallory, on easier ground, continued up. I believe Mallory reached the summit, but then he faced a long, arduous descent. It's impossible to say how Mallory died. He may have fallen off the mountain, but
Yeah,
I think
we'll
he
never
may have
know.
actually reached the second step and realized it would be impossible to climb down. So he decided to sleep out in the open and would have died of exposure.
And is it any wonder? Mallory, like other climbers of his day, was dressed in a tweed jacket and cotton windsuit.
Tweed jacket or cotton windsuit.
According to the plan
Highest,
they'd
coldest
made,
place on earth.
4 hours late when last seen.
Absolutely mad.
And when 4 hours late, he was going forward towards the top, not returning back to their last camp.
Makes you wonder how badly
Now,
these
nevertheless,
guys wanted it, you know.
No human being can survive without the help of his sleeping bag and his tent at that altitude. Their last camp was 27,000 feet above the sea. They had to get back to it that
27,000
night.
feet.
They never did.
Nobody doubted Mallory's courage or his snowcraft. He was one of the best climbers
Snowcraft.
of his generation, but he had his flaws.
Just
A
like
loyal
everybody.
mountaineering friend called him affectionately a very stout-hearted baby, but quite unfit to be placed in charge of anything, including himself.
Well, I don't know about that if he's almost got to
One
the
of
top
enduring
Everest 3
controversies
times.
surrounding Mallory's last climb lies in that brief sighting by Odell. He was only 3,500 feet away when he thought he saw them. But did he see men or just rocks?
He saw men.
I'm absolutely certain.
The
that
dude's
they
a fucking
were-
geologist.
They were moving, actually, moving figures.
It's a mystery which intrigues all mountaineers. Chris Bonington, who has led 3 expeditions to Everest and reached the summit himself in 1985.
But then again, he could have been
readily
hallucinating
admits
with
that
a
he's
lack of
fascinated.
oxygen.
I'm practically certain in my own mind that Odell did see the 2 figures, and they were people and they weren't rocks. And I think the reason for this is firstly Odell himself, the fact that he had first-class eyesight,
Yeah.
the fact that he was completely at home in that environment, the fact that he had a scientist's powers of observation and the way he was
It
wandering
makes
around
sense. It
looking
was
for
2 people,
rocks.
not 2 fucking
The
rocks.
fact that he actually saw the figures moving and specifically said they were moving, which I think means that they couldn't possibly have been 2 rocks. They were definitely moving figures, and therefore they must have been Mallory and Irvin.
Ooh, we're getting smoked here.
It was 9 years after the deaths of Mallory and
Oh, I'm
Irvin
fucking trapped.
before another expedition went to Everest. But the mystery was heightened by the only clue they found.
Right,
to
take
the
out these
fate of the 2
crystals first.
climbers. They came across an ice axe, lying on slabs above Camp 6. Puzzling thing was that it was lying considerably lower down the route than the point at which Odell last saw Mallory and Irvin.
We're almost leveling up.
Hadn't slid down at all, it was lying flat there on these rocks. Well, that was left there, obviously left there.
No way, is
Must
that a
be
merchant?
left there.
No way.
Well, whether left on the way up or the way down has often arisen as a question.
Let's go.
Sir Jack
I can sell some of my stuff
one
now.
of the leading climbers a decade later, was on the unsuccessful 1933 Everest expedition which found the axe.
This must mark the spot.
Why
where
am
an
I
accident
dying?
happened.
Oh my god.
On the grounds
Sorry, I
that
just hit the
first,
mic.
Nobody in his senses is going to leave an
See these
ice axe
fucking green
on
pills, man.
Everest, either on the way up or on the way down. It's far too useful in a number of places.
I gotta sell all my stuff, but I can't.
More than 40 years passed, and nothing else was discovered on the mountain. Then, a rumor reached
let's
the
go.
west
Fast,
that
fast,
in
fast.
1975, a Chinese climber had
Oh my
stumbled
God.
across a body at 26,600 feet
Okay.
on a sloping terrace in the middle of the north face, directly below the site of that ice axe.
Quick,
It's a
quick,
report
quick.
that has never been officially confirmed.
Oh, it's killing me,
Could
it's
it be
killing
that
me.
the Chinese are perhaps unwilling to invite speculation into Mallory and Irvin's climb, because that might cast doubt on their claim to have made the first ascent of the North Ridge?
See, it's all egos on the mountain.
Chinese
All
climber
egos.
who found the body in 1975 died on Everest 4 years later.
Come on,
The day before
chase
he
me.
died, he revealed his secret to a Japanese mountaineer. And Tom Hosell sums up the evidence about this body.
We know that it was an English dead for two reasons. One,
Bro, we're getting so lucky right now. I just got a legendary ring. Oh, I can't wear it yet. 260 spirit. Oh, we are keeping this bad boy. We are keeping this. Bro, 2 legendaries already. That's awesome. Are these green things away now? No! Fuck. Okay. Okay, yes, they are away.
the Chinese and Japanese characters are very similar, although the spoken language is not. And Wang actually etched in the snow the words for English dead 8,100 meters and then pointed up on the hill. So there was absolutely no question about it. In addition, the single English word that Wang knew was the word English, because all the expeditions prior to this one had been English coming in.
All these components, man, jeez.
Secondly, they then had a sort of hands and feet description, and Wang actually went like this to indicate, and pointed up to indicate that there was someone sleeping at 8,100 meters.
The body appeared to have been found directly below where the ice axe was discovered in 1933. The body has not been sighted since, but it surely must be that of Mallory or Irvin, because they are the only climbers known to have been lost
in that location,
anywhere near
yeah.
the spot. But which one is it? Did Mallory or Irvin, wandering off the route, stop there and later die of exposure? Or
We'll
did
never
one of them
know.
fall to the terrace? Were they on the way up or the way down?
I reckon they were on their
Those
way
answers are
back
still
down.
unknown. It is not possible without stronger evidence.
I reckon the
to award
guy's
the
earlier
laurels of
theory was
first
right.
ascent to Mallory and
Irvin went back down,
The honour
and
goes to
Mallory
both
went on
Hillary
ahead,
Sherpa
and then
Tinsley.
died on the descent.
Theirs became the names that
That's
flashed
what I
around the
want-
world on
that's what I would like
Coronation
to
Morning,
believe.
1953.
If it were discovered that Mallory had in actual fact set foot on the top of Everest, obviously it would make some difference to Tenzing and myself. For 33 years we have been regarded as the heroic figures who first reached the summit of Everest. Well, now I guess we'd be just downgraded a little bit to being the first two men who reached the summit and actually got safely down again. Which brings up a point, of course. If you climb a mountain for the first time and die on the descent, is it really a complete first ascent of the mountain? I'm rather inclined to think personally that maybe
I'm going to switch these out
it's
for
quite
these.
important
Yeah,
for
why
getting
not?
down.
Whether they reached the summit or not, it does seem clear that Mallory seriously underestimated
Yeah.
the time it would take to reach the top and return to their camp at 27,000 feet. A common error of judgment at high altitude, but one that may well have cost them their lives. All climbers understand the dilemma. Close to the summit after a long and exhausting
Thief,
climb,
wow,
the
that thing looks cool.
determination to get to the top can be overwhelming.
Oh yeah.
I'd certainly I'd love to think that they actually reached the summit of Everest. I think it's a lovely thought, and I think it's something, you know, gut emotion. Yes, I'd love them to have got there.
Oh, wow.
Whether they did or not, I think that's something one just cannot know. I think one can say it is perfectly possible they did, and I think the mystery,
Am I dying?
the question
Yeah,
of
I'm
whether
dying.
they did or not, I think that's one of the nice things to conjecture about.
I'm maybe going to keep
there was
these.
never any doubt among
We'll
Mallory's
think about
loyal
these.
friends. Veteran explorer Tom Longstaff, who was with him on the 1922 Everest expedition, wrote about it in a letter to a friend. He was quite certain. It is obvious to any climber that they got up.
Yes,
you
they
cannot
did.
expect that pair to weigh the chances of return. I should be weighing them still. It sounds a fair day. Probably they were above those clouds that hid them from Adele. How they must have appreciated that view of half the world. It was worthwhile to them.
Almost 100
Now
years
they'll
ago,
never
more
grow
than
old,
100 years
and
ago
I'm
now, I
very
think.
sure
That
they
was.
would not change
That's
places with
crazy,
any of
100
us.
years. Legends. Even if they are cringy British explorers. I hope you guys are enjoying this. You're probably not. It's probably just me. But hey, I really like these documentaries. Love learning about it. We'll probably do one more, I think. One more Everest one. Wait, are we? This is probably my favourite one. This is the one that really started it all for me. Where is it? Now, can we see that whole thing? Can we? Yeah. I think we can, yeah. Okay. Good channel this, David Snow. Thank you, David Snow, for all these documentaries. I know you didn't make them, but thank you for uploading them. David Snow. I think his name is made up. It's got snow in it because there's lots of snow on his channel. Because he's covering mountains. Or do you think that's his real name? Again, I guess we'll never know. I'll maybe ask a guy. I'll comment on his channel. One dynamite to open these chests. I usually don't like spending dynamite to open a chest because it's generally crap stuff, but who knows, there might be actually something decent here. I do need a better one-handed weapon for sure. Hopefully we'll get a legendary one-handed weapon.
For over 25 years, I've been making the journey to Mount Everest. I've stood on its summit 5 times. The mountain has given me great joy and close friendships. It's also been a place of hardship and tragedy.
It'll make or break you as a person.
A fast-moving storm trapped climbers high on the mountain, and people died.
Level 59! Okay, let's start putting some points into Whirlwind.
Forever changing the world's perception, and my own, about climbing Everest. Now, I've come back to base camp alone. To remember, and to reflect on what
Hopefully Whirlwind will do a bit of damage.
on this mountain 10 years ago.
Still not great, but yeah.
We were all gathered at the mountain's base that year. We'd come with a common goal. I shared their energy, optimism, and desire. All those hopes, all those dreams. But most of all, I remember the climbers and friends caught in that storm. This is their story.
Those guys are just out of my range. Those motherfuckers. Oh, I might actually be able to go get them. Yeah, not in my range anymore, bitches.
When we left base
Get
camp,
earthquaked.
we were all wary, of course, of mighty Everest in front of us, but this was it. This was our chance. So we took off, and it was a great feeling.
I could actually probably put more components in my gear now.
Nobody can go there without thinking this is way cool.
Crit
just to be able
damage,
to climb
physical
up this thing.
damage.
Just that idea that you're actually going to put your feet on Everest. I don't care whether you're a climber or not a climber. That's big stuff. That's exciting.
50 physical damage,
We went
attack speed,
2/3
and
of the way
cunning.
through
Yeah,
the
we'll take
icefall,
that.
And I was hooked. It was the most spectacular piece of real estate that I'd ever climbed on. It helps you
Helmet,
put
shoulder
yourself
pad,
in
and
perspective
trousers.
with what life's all about.
I got through the icefall and I started crying. And I
I
thought,
think I've got
well, I'm
ectoplasm
probably
actually.
hyperventilating
No, I don't need
because I'm really, really tired. And then I realized that I was beginning to cry because it was so amazing. It's just so beautiful.
15 armor, I don't want that shit. To be able to stand on top, man, and see the curvature of the earth.
I remember seeing them coming up the western combe.
So many things I'd love to be able to do in my life, and just, I know
It
I'll
was
never
May
get to do
8th.
them.
I was already on the mountain. We'd set out a day ahead of the other teams, climbing up the Lhotse face on our way to the summit. I was leading the IMAX film team, but we'd been held up by high winds, and I was worried about the conditions higher up.
Hopefully you guys can still hear me
need
from
clear
here.
weather
I
for
think you can.
filming.
I just want to lie down a bit, get a bit more comfy.
Looking down from Camp 3, we could see them climbing towards us. The mountain suddenly seemed crowded. We decided to go down and wait.
Best decision that guy ever made, to go down and wait.
On the way down, I met an old friend who was leading one of the expeditions, the New
Rob
Zealander
Hall.
Rob Hall. We talked about the weather. I took his picture.
New Zealanders, man, crazy
Further
bunch of
down,
people.
I met another friend who I'd known since we were young climbers in Colorado. Scott Fisher was leading his team of clients.
Scott
The day
Fisher, another
before,
guide.
He'd taken a sick climber down to base camp. It was good to see him, but he seemed tired.
It's
The
a lot
next
of money
day,
too, you know, even
I
if you are a
watched from
guide.
lower down, as Scott and all the others.
I mean, you've got
began
clients
the
that are
steep
giving you
ascent to
50k
Camp 4 on
per
the South
person,
Col.
so yeah. You really can't let them down. You can't get
When you
sick, you
leave
can't give in.
Camp
That's a lot of
3
money.
on the Lhotse face. It's the first time that you can actually see the summit. Your goal is visible, and that's very thrilling. What blind faith it's been this whole time, climbing this far without having your goal in front of you.
My very first view of Everest, it was
long moment and a big hard swallow, and the thought was, I'm not so sure whether I can do this.
Leaving Camp 3, we
saw a chest upstairs in this house, so we're going for it.
First time, and definitely could feel the altitude and strenuousness of the climb. You know, climbing above 24 into 25,000 feet is really hard. It's I don't care who you are, it really is. It's challenging. It's hard work.
This was the first time that I remember registering the air is much, much thinner here than anywhere else I've ever been.
Earlier that morning, there'd been an accident at Camp 3. A Taiwanese climber had slipped and fallen into a crevasse, but he assured his teammate that he was okay and would rest before going higher.
我们在离开第三营往上面爬的时候呢，他告诉我说，他要大概再休息1个钟头、2个钟头以后。
You move out of an area that seems familiar. There is this sense of a desolate place. It's kind of like moving into Golgotha.
Yeah, well, there's nothing up there.
This is a barren, hard, inhospitable.
There's a lot of stuff up there
cold.
now.
I don't mean that in temperature.
Bodies,
I mean that
rubbish,
and just a sense
tents,
of heaviness about
oxygen.
the place.
But yeah, I don't doubt
In
what
the
Beck is saying
afternoon, we
right
got a
now.
radio call.
An
The
atmosphere
Taiwanese
to the
climber's
place, a
health had
presence.
deteriorated. The Sherpas were bringing him down, and they asked us to help. We climbed fast up the Lhotse face, but by the time we reached him, Jen was dead.
What?
The Sherpas, superstitious about death on the mountain, wanted us to bring the body down. Chen's close friend and team leader, Makalu Gao, had just arrived at Camp 4 on the South Col.
David 他就打无线电来说啊。
It's double the armor this thing, but it's less resistances, but I'm going to go for it anyway.
谢谢你告诉我这些。
Sitting at base camp all these years later, I can still remember my reaction. How upset I was by his response and his decision not to come down.
在第4营，陈是最被看好的一个人，他走掉了，我只好。
It's the fact that, I mean, like, if your friends just died and you just keep pushing on up the mountain. It's weird, man. Weird.
Only now, after hearing his
But
story,
again, I've never been in that
do I know
position.
why he decided to go on, and how little I understood about what it was like to be high on this mountain over the next few days.
15 armor. Might as well just get rid of this.
The weather was so crummy that when we first got in there, I didn't think there was any chance that we were going to climb that night.
In our tents at Camp 4 that night, it was living hell. It was absolutely crazy.
It was bad weather, and the concern was, well, what if it's like this tomorrow?
Just gotta wait. The weather's bad.
We thought
wait and wait and
all
wait.
the way up here,
I hope
and
you
if
got some
this
cards
keeps
with
up
you.
at all, then the whole crowd.
You've
is
played a
just
lot
gonna
of
get to,
played a lot of
head back
poker,
down and
pontoon up on that mountain.
About 8 o'clock, the wind died off.
I take my Game
and
Boy
so
with me.
We were able to snatch a little sleep as much as
Battery
you
in
can
that thing
up
lasts
there.
ages.
You just are basically listening to your heartbeat and thinking, "Wow, the day
Although
has come.
I don't know if I'd be able to play with the lack of oxygen. Probably better just taking my iPod.
Get ready, be ready, 11 o'clock, we're going. I still remember looking at the faces of the other people. Doug thought it was a bad idea. You could just tell it in his eyes that he didn't want to go.
You had a little cover over your head, a little skull cap, and then you've got this massive thing like this, and you're trying to get your goggles adjusted just right, and meanwhile you can't see to put your gloves on, and you've got your straps. Oh gosh.
Yeah, so not only is it super hard to climb, super hard to focus, you've also got all this gear on that makes it almost impossible to move with any precision. Yeah, certain kind of crazy.
因为今天是我能够登上峰顶的一个好机会，然后穿好所有的衣服、鞋子、冰爪。
You get out, you stand up, and it's a different world than the one you saw when you came in, because the night is gorgeous, the wind is still.
I don't even know how to get out of this place without dying. I see somewhere I can go actually. Okay, there may be a door up here.
This great silhouette, the blackness of Everest, and the Milky Way was just on fire. It was like a row of lights above us.
Yeah, I'm just going to go to the toilet first. I'm going to leave the documentary playing. I've seen this one before, but not for a few years. So.
Sky, but there on the mountain, I could see the headlamps of Rob Hall's team, and I was worried that we might be behind before we'd even started.
When you climb at night, much more so than the day, you feel like you're alone. And then as you look up and you look down, you don't see the vistas. You see these little cones scattered along in a line of the people that are all strung out as part of this silent progression of individuals, each one in their own world, separated from everyone else in their team, separated from everyone else on Earth.
You start to get in rhythm with your oxygen, you get your headlight adjusted just right and jiggle your pack around, and you can feel your body start to come alive, and you know the blood flowing, and you know you're climbing Mount Everest. It's a pretty cool feeling.
"走出帐篷外面呢，有3个雪巴跟我在一起。这3个雪巴都是登顶过圣母峰的，前面1个，后面2个。那时候我就感觉很安全，而且实力应该是不错。
Just seen that there's some really interesting changes been made for Season 5 of Diablo 4.
Right before
Loot
the
goblins are going to
balcony,
have
which was
even more loot.
Several hours out after going up fixed ropes in the dark.
Excelente.
Start to see a little light out to the east.
Within a few steps, you just walk right up into the sunlight and everything changes. You can see what appears to be 1,000 miles out across the Tibetan plains. The sun is now over the horizon and just glittering off of the glaciers thousands and thousands of feet below you. It's an amazing experience. And
really need to get a battery for my other mic so I don't have to keep using this one. It's a nuisance, man.
You look across at all these other peaks that were always way above you, and now they're tiny. They're like waves in the ocean.
And you know that few people have stood here looking out over this fantastic sight.
2, 3 big boss guys. Why are they not attacking me? Oh, there we go. One of them's attacking me.
By dawn, the teams were just below the southeast ridge at 27,600 feet. It had been 5 weeks since they first arrived at base camp. Each team was its own small world.
These guys have got some
clients
amount of
were paying
health.
their way,
And defense, it looks
professional
like. Dude's got a
guides
fucking
like
shield
Rob
on.
and
Oh my
Scott
god.
promised access to a dream.
My moves are doing like nothing.
I felt like a part of something great. I really think that to do something with people for a common purpose.
Holy smokes. Oh, I'm gonna die.
And
Let's go. Didn't come this far just to die.
people to achieve their dreams is something that caught me as well. So much emotion and experiences and demands of you happen in such a short space of time, 6 weeks of intensive living.
What is this
I
thing?
never thought I'd ever do this in my life.
I think everybody has a place in themselves that mountains can fill. Mountains carry great respect with people around the world, so it doesn't surprise me at all that many people use mountains to find this. That's what I did myself.
I'd spent most of my adult life in profound depression. And I John Wayne'd it so that I never let anybody know about it.
These are good, but we don't want them.
I discovered that if you drove your body hard, when you did that, you couldn't think. And that the lack of thinking as you punished your body.
Okay, here we go.
Drove yourself was
Wooden
amazingly
door.
pleasant.
Other people, when their life is
Where's this going to take us?
difficult spot, turn to
Oh, there's a person here.
drugs or drink or credit cards. I go to the mountains.
Calm down.
That's always worked for me.
You took your baby. I'll lead you to safety.
As long as
Okay, it looks like they're going to stay.
or human beings believe that
Wow, is that the
by
end?
doing
Okay, can I
something,
leave here? How did I get back home?
the world is going to change. By doing this, I'm going to be more happy. By doing that, I'm going to be more successful. By
teleport
doing
from
this,
here.
people are going to love me more. Then I think there'll be this fantastic drive behind it.
Do I need to quit out? To get out of this place? Maybe I do.
Now that
That's
we can see
strange.
the summit, you're just pulled in. You've gone so far up the mountain. You've come so far from home, and you've spent 6 months preparing for this goal. There's no way you're going to turn around unless things are really going south.
Yeah, it's like that. There's absolutely no way you're turning around. Because the money that you spent and everything else, the
It's vital
preparation,
to
yeah.
get to the summit and back to Camp 4 before nightfall.
I felt very comfortable with the situation.
So
We
all
were
this.
inside of our turnaround time. The weather's still good. There were certainly some delays that were unexpected, but that's how climbing is.
And by the time that I get up to the balcony, I realized that I pretty much was out of the game. My right eye was not really usable because it was blurred over, and my left eye wasn't
Bet
good
going
enough yet
snowblind.
that
Gotta
I
turn
felt
around, bro.
comfortable going forward. And so when I told Rob this, he volunteered to send me down with a couple of Sherpas.
I'm going to keep this
I
legendary
just
ring
climbed
with me.
all night to get to this place. I didn't want to go. He said, Beck, I want you to promise me that you're going to stay here till I come back. And I said, Rob, cross my heart, hope to die. I'm sticking.
And Beck waited.
And it never, ever crossed my mind that he'd never come back.
It's a sad thing to happen.
Beck had a problem, and it was too bad. I didn't even think that much about that because, a lot of things happen, and could have been me, could have been anybody, but it was sort of like tough break and see you later.
Upon arriving at the South Summit, there were a few people there, and there seemed to be some confusion about ropes and who was going first, and were we using old fixed lines, or did we have enough new line to string across the traverse to the Hillary Step?
Why not use a little scythe for a bit, eh? Let's just actually change up the whole look
Over this very beautiful, very
for a little bit.
delicate knife edge ridge. And there was a steady enough wind that it would take the rope between us and hold it out in this big arc. It would hold itself out for maybe 10
maybe
or
too
even 15
green?
seconds at a time and then drop down.
Nah, that works.
Like a sail, it would bulge out again.
It was definitely not a place that you wanted to fall. You had a rope to sort of guide you that was probably staked in pretty well, but the snow wasn't that great for holding stakes. And the fact that when you sunk your ice axe into the snow, you could look through the hole as you pulled it out and see Tibet, and over here you could see Nepal. So you wanted to be very careful about staying right on the border, so to speak. People were stacking up behind us like crazy, and I was feeling lucky to
I think
be
we'll
one
keep
of the
these
first
wings
people
for now.
across.
Looking good, my man, eh?
Lots and lots of people were so slow getting up the Hillary step, and you sort of had to wait your turn in line before you could climb that piece of rock face. And
Okay, let's head up
losing
to
1
Fort
hour
Icor.
just more or less standing still on a mountain, that is really the stupidest thing you can do, because speed is the same as safety.
I looked at my watch and I had a sick feeling inside of myself. This is the way I was feeling. I was feeling sick at that point because I knew it was impossible to get there by the 1 p.m. turnaround time.
And I thought, if I keep going now, I'll be out of oxygen, get to the summit, but I'll be coming back down to the South Col in the dark and without oxygen and more tired than I am now.
Oh, I forgot to change my other stuff to
risks
match
were
my gear.
escalating.
My heart was beating so hard, I felt like it was going to jump right out of my chest. I almost shaking as I was struggling inside of myself with, what am I
Just gonna go
do?
change my
Am I
one-handed
gonna
weapon in my
keep
shield.
going because I'm so close, or am I going to turn around?
At that stage, Rob came up past me, and I said to him, Rob, I'm going down. And I could even see behind his oxygen mask, he was visibly disappointed, probably for me, because he loved to get people to achieve their goal of getting to the top. But he said, it's your call, pal. Didn't say mate like an Australian. It's your call, pal. I'll see you back at the South Col. And that was the last time
Looking
I
good.
saw Rob alive.
我是看到前面有人在爬很多绳子，一看几十条绳子，然后那个有队员在那里拉，拉了老半天不会动。
Yeah,
我在后
everybody
面就
moving
觉得
super
哎呀，
slow.
动作怎么那么慢？
And it's not difficult climbing by rock climbing standards, but you have to imagine you've got these massive boots with little rock holds for your feet, and massive mitten hands with little rock holds for your hands, and you're all puffy like the Michelin person, and you're trying to execute these moves at 29,000 feet. And an oxygen bottle in your pack, and it's just very awkward.
Yeah, it sounds
轮到
awkward.
我要去拉绳子的时候，才一用力，
And I mean, if
哦，
they could do it years ago with a tweed jacket,
哦要
then
爬
yeah.
哦，绳子好像又会转，那全身哦没力量，当时才想到哇，很困难，而且刚刚还想说，哎呀，那些人爬那一段绳子好像很慢。
थोर सँगसँगै जाँदाखेरि धेरै मान्छे भयो अनि बाटोमा पनि
I might even be able to craft a new
ढिलो पनि
weapon.
भयो तर वेदर पनि एकदम नराम्रो भयो अनि हामी चाहिँ त्यहाँबाट गएर माथि हिलरी स्टिपमा चाहिँ हामी धेरै पर्खिनु परेको थियो हामी त्यहाँ 2 घण्टा जति पर्खेको थियो
看到前面有那个旗帜，还有人停在那边，又好像有人坐在那边在拍照
Yeah,
片。
he's almost made it.
第一个感觉
Lost his friend on the way,
风
but
景
he's
就在
almost
前
made it.
面，看一看好像没多远。这个时候我告诉自己，哦，今天确定可以登顶，而且告诉自己说，就算用爬的，慢
I'm
慢
gonna swap
爬
these out.
我都有把握。
I arrived at the summit at 1:25, and for about 5 minutes I really enjoyed the summit of Mount Everest for myself.
Raises my resistance is a good bit.
Started watching this
Although I
stream
do
of
need more
people
aether
come
resistance.
over the rise above the Hillary Step.
Finally, we came to one rise, and I looked to the next, and there were a group of people on top. And I
What's
knew
my
that
bleeding
was
rise?
it.
In any other circumstance, you would think that somebody could cover that distance in 10 or 15 minutes, but it took some.
There's some more aether resistance right there.
It's not very far, but it's just so hard. And even though there are not that many paces,
I need
it
chaos
just
resistance.
takes very, very long time from there to actually get to the summit.
But soon enough, we were joining the celebration up there and looking down the north side and looking down the west and the east and the south, and we could see it all.
And
We're
I
on the
don't
roof
have
of the
anything,
world.
damn it.
You can almost see the curvature of the Earth. I know you can't, but you can feel that you're up high enough.
It
that
looks
you're
like you
looking
can
down
see
on
the
this
curvature from
sphere.
up there.
All the
Genuinely.
hardships that you've gone through and all the discomfort you've been through is completely worth it at that moment.
Any of these get chaos resistance? There we go. Let's go.
What I really felt was a massive,
Let's go.
massive contentment and sort of a feeling of everything falling into place.
I've got this new helmet, so I'm going to have to change things up again, guys.
脑筋就不知道在想什么，就一片空白。然后慢慢说啊，要拍照片，所以就拿照相机请学霸帮我拍照片。
I quite like these. They're a bit large, but I like them.
I couldn't believe how many were there, but everybody is perched onto this little ridge, so it just looked like this sea of colors. It was hard to even recognize who was who out of all these colors.
It was my feeling that we celebrated a little too long. We were waiting for Scott to come up so we could descend.
Yeah, they
as
say
a
when
team, but he
you're
was
on top of
taking
the mountain, you
longest time.
lose track of
People were
time.
enjoying
So
the day was beautiful. There wasn't a cloud out there.
Finally, I was just like, we gotta go. It's getting late now. This is no more. We gotta go. So I remember walking back up to where everybody was and, you know, getting up close and
I'll go with the axe this
everybody's
time. Why
face,
not?
each person's face that was there, and telling them, look, get yourself ready. We gotta go down now.
When Rob called me from the summit at 2:30, it was those familiar words. Base camp.
base camp.
And this is Everest summit. Oh, and he sounded sort of hale and hearty. He sounded really good. And he told us who had just started descending, and he said that Doug Hansen he's just in sight, and he said as soon as Doug got up to him.
Oh yeah, I was going to see if I could craft something, wasn't I? That's why I come back here.
And he was intending to descend straight away. I said, what's the weather like? And he said, cold and windy, cold and windy.
Rob and Yasuko and I, we stayed on the summit for an extra 5 or 10 minutes and then took some photographs, and then Yasuko and I headed back down.
Yasuko Namba had just completed the 7
Can't make
summits.
anything super cool.
It had taken her 16 years. But she was now the second Japanese
Those are
woman to
two
climb the
super
highest
cool
mountain
helmets though, oh
on
my
every
god.
continent.
That's a nice shield.
And then finally we started descending and then getting down over the Hillary Step. I meet Scott, who's on the way up, and I sort of really hug him.
We high-fived, we hugged, and it was
Okay.
just obvious
Can't
from his
really make
movement that he
anything
was
right now.
intending to continue going up.
Oh, we can, but nothing that we want. This is the Diablo 3 guy. Can we make a Diablo 3 item?
The first thing that I noticed about Scott
No.
Fisher was just how badly he was travelling. Of all the people I saw that day moving up and down the mountain, he was
Swords.
the most unlikely person to be in that situation, still going up the mountain.
These are all so cool, but I can't make any of them.
Now hours behind schedule, 14 climbers were still high on the mountain. At the summit, Rob Hall waited for his client, Doug Hansen.
Doug
Never arrived.
Doug Hansen was a postal worker from Seattle. The year before, also climbing with Rob Hall, he'd collapsed at the south summit and had to be helped down. He'd worked 2 jobs to save enough money to return to Everest.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some folk working 2 jobs to get money for it.
He was almost there.
And if you'd already been twice with this guy and he hadn't got you there, that's pressure. To get this guy to the top.
Late, it's now bad weather, we're going to down. But Doug Hansen, he didn't talk me. He just shake his head and then he's pointing his finger and summit. Rob told me, okay, I don't want to leave glance behind. You guys go ahead. You go ahead. Leave oxygen bottle and Sosamed. Go down.
From the south summit, I recall looking back along this Razorback Ridge to the Hillary Step. I saw Rob Hall standing up and Doug Hansen leaning into the slope, resting on his ice axe. I remember giving the normal thumbs up sign like that, and I got the same response from the person I thought was Rob Hall.
Daddy.
That indicated to me that everything was okay and it was time to continue the
Again,
descent.
there's just too much to take into
We were
account.
headed down from the south summit when I saw Sandy laying in the snow.
And it's a shame really for all of them.
There's this person in a yellow suit laying face down, head down the hill, and Charlotte, I recognize Charlotte standing above this person.
I tried pulling her to her feet, and she was just a load of dead weight. She couldn't go any further.
She collapsed. She literally collapsed, and there was absolutely no more power in her to move down.
And then I remembered
And then,
I had that
then what?
injection
You
of
can't get anybody to carry you, so...
Kept it warm inside my suit all this time, just in case something like this happened.
She kind of gives me the nod as she's got basically both hands on the syringe that, you know, is this the right thing to do? And I'm like, yeah, go for it.
So I unzipped the rainbow zipper to her rear end and knew she had layers of pylon, but that the needle would go right through that. And I just took a wing back
and she smiled this crazy, wonderful, maniacal smile and jammed the Dex into my leg.
Saved your life.
There we also realized that Sandy was running out
Dextromethasone,
of
whatever it's
oxygen.
called, reduces swelling, amongst
asked
other
Nina
things.
to
So
exchange bottles with Sandy, and she kind of looked at me.
it's much
like,
stronger than other
you know,
corticosteroids
you're crazy, I'm
or
not giving up
cortio,
my
whatever they're called,
oxygen. And I
corticozoids.
certainly don't blame her for that, but I was like, you got to do this because you're walking right now and she is not.
From then, I believe Tim and I moved together and left Sandy with Neil, and we were just a little in front of the rest of the gang on our way down to the last fixed ropes.
John Taskey was just right in front of me. We basically came to the balcony together, and there was Beck.
So we
Spin
said,
to
"Beck,
win.
come on down with us."
Spin,
Beck said, no,
spin,
I've basically given my
spin
word, I'll wait
to
for
win.
Rob, I'll stay here and wait for him.
Yeah, I used to hate this move as well, the whirlwind,
But they
spin to
didn't
win.
have the conversation with Rob.
What is going
They
on here?
did not promise
What's
Rob
all these? Why is
that
my
you
screen
stay there.
shaking?
In good weather, that would have been
Oh, there's a battle going on
obviously
down there.
the right decision
Hang on,
to
bros.
make because
I'm coming.
Rob was more experienced. Rob had a rope.
Wait
so
for
he
me,
could have
brothers.
short roped Beck down. We'd have had all sorts of trouble.
Beck said he felt more comfortable if we had a rope.
Who's shooting that lightning out, man?
We didn't have a rope, and he said he thought he needed to be short roped, and that was the end of it.
I could have gone down with them, and obviously I should have.
Yeah, but
I
you're
really
waiting
didn't
for
want the
Rob,
day to
Beck.
end even then.
There wasn't any sense of being left behind or abandoned or almost dying or anything happening at that point.
But Beck doesn't know that Rob's preoccupied, unfortunately.
When we got the 4:15 call, Rob was asking somebody else in our team who may have just been below the South Summit for more oxygen. And he was obviously with someone in trouble.
Rob was on the radio to one of his guides, Andy Harris, who was waiting for him at the South Summit.
Rob was obviously distressed and concerned about something that was going on.
I mean,
There
if
was
you brought this
something
one
wrong.
guy up 2 times before and he never made it, this is the 3rd time this guy's paid to get up on the
Andy
mountain.
was last
He worked
seen
2 jobs to
climbing
get
back
there.
up the ridge to
Rob's
help
going
Rob
to
and
feel
Doug.
like he needs to get him up the mountain. Like, there's going to be a certain aspect of responsibility there. You've taken, what, 150 grand off this guy and
really
still
started
haven't gotten him to
concern
the
me
top.
At this point was that I started to see
So,
some bad weather
yeah.
coming in from down the valley. There was a very
Unfortunately, there's
black
probably a lot
wall
of pressure there.
cloud coming from behind Tawichi further down the valley, coming in low. Unlike a lot of storms that start high, this storm was coming quite low and it was obviously very fast moving, very intense. In a few minutes, I saw the mountains of Tawichi disappear.
Down below, this what was sort of benevolent puffy clouds has now got more of a sinister look to it. It's really, it's starting to look like it's, you know, a real storm, and
Will
we're
you be okay,
walking right down
my
into
friend?
the
Stay
storm.
safe. You know, I said about not really enjoying this game
South Cole.
all that much before because I didn't like, unless a bit of a tangent, because literally everything, all the story in the game is told through those lore notes that I keep picking up. These things, you read it, you get lore, and it's just too much reading, man. Like everything. There was a part of the game earlier I was rushing through, killing stuff, killed a boss, and got back to the quest giver, and he was all like, this ritual that you have found must be stopped, blah blah blah, and all this stuff. I was like, what fucking ritual? Where did this come from? What ritual? What is happening here? And it just annoyed me because like I had no idea what was going on. But now that I've come back to the game again, I've just been skipping the story completely and just smashing and bashing stuff and having so much fun. So yeah, I think I was playing it I had the wrong idea originally, and I know that ARPGs are made for the gameplay and not the story. So yeah, I'm playing it wrong, I get that, but coming back to it with a fresh perspective of just smash and bash, oh my god, it's so much fun.
Were the first to run into trouble.
A rock came hurtling down the face and knocked Lou's glove from underneath the piece of rope, and it went cartwheeling away with the wind. Following the rock, we didn't know who it was, but it was obviously Anatoly Bukharev. Racing
This
down,
dude right
he went
here,
straight
Anatoly
past us without
Bukharev,
talking,
legend.
heading
As
off
hard as they
towards
come.
The tents on the South Col. At that moment, as I looked up and saw the tents, I could see the storm coming behind it.
1 minute we could look down and we could see the camp below, and the next minute you couldn't see it.
Within the space of 5 minutes, it changed from really a good day with a little bit of wind to desperate conditions. Something I'd never experienced the ferocity of before.
So not only is it dangerous for yourself to go up,
And then I came across
not only are you a danger to yourself, but the weather, Mother Nature is
which
even
caught me
more
completely by
dangerous.
surprise, because by this time snow had started to fall.
And
very
then there's
lightly.
Beck still lying on the
Beck
mountain
had obviously
waiting for
been
Rob.
sitting very patiently and very still, completely covered in snow. And as he turned to me, all the snow fell off his climbing suit, and suddenly I could see there was someone in front of me. And I think he said, "Is that you, Mike?" And I said, "Yes." And I think he said, "Well, I've got a bit of a problem. I can't see."
no shit, dude, snowblind.
So Mike put me on a short tether And it was a good decision because I'm coming down and I do make some pretty good missteps.
Like, how can you... Like, there's some parts of the climb that are so technical. Like, you need to rappel down a rope over steps. How can you assist someone through that? They can't walk, they can't see, that is going... Oh, it's such a horrible, horrible situation.
I put down and actually shift my weight onto the down foot, and it's nothing there.
And then to my surprise, still in the gully, I came across Yasuko sitting in the snow, completely and utterly exhausted.
Poor Yasuko.
So I really had my hands full now, because here's Beck Withers, who's totally blind, and Yasuko, who can't walk.
Okay, this
There's
is
no more
a
thought
story
about
area
who's
up
on
here, so let's
this
go
team,
back to
who's
Blood
just
Grove and see if we can get
Fortunately for
this
me,
last Mudrogan
Neil
piece.
could see my dilemma and took over the control of Yasuko.
I could feel when I grabbed her at first, her arm was limp, but once we got her up and started walking, I could tell she was hanging on tighter because she had hope, and she knew that she was heading down.
Poor Yasuko.
可是走没多久，离开 South Summit 没多久，
Poor all of them, really.
风我觉
Not
得
just
越来
Yasuko.
越大，然后雪越下越厚，慢慢的我发现
Oh, here we go again for the
我
look
踩
for the
的脚
portal.
印是雪巴人下山的脚印，而不是我们爬上来踩的脚印。这个时候雪巴也开始在找路了，然后也在用那个
It's nighttime, it's dark, 27,000 feet up, and they don't even have a trail. No ropes.
नभएपछि हामी चाहिँ उन्दो जाँदाखेरि अब फेरि उता फर्केर जानु सकेन अनि हामी तलै पालमा गयौँ.
The Sherpas never came back.
Save yourself or everybody
They left
dies.
Makalugao more than 1,000 feet above Camp 4, alone.
可是想怎么办怎么办，一直在那边想。就在这个时候，
Just gotta keep
我
moving,
听到
just
后
don't
面
stay still.
有声音，我的后面，然后有光线，有那个头灯照过来。
Gotta keep moving and
我就
wait for
回
the
头看，
sun.
哎，
I know it, it
我
sounds
的后面
easy to
就是
say,
那个
but
Scott 在动。
Scott soon collapsed on a ledge not far from Makalugao, too weak to descend further. Now both teams were without their leaders.
On the top of the Hillary Step, which is about as far away from anywhere in this world that you can get, Rob was in a situation where he had somebody incapacitated that he could not pick this guy up and carry him. That's impossible up there.
At 5:15 he called and he said that Doug was weak and yes, I could tell things were very serious.
My feeling was that Rob should descend to South Cole and
Save himself.
at least look after himself to be in a position to effect a rescue the next day,
Yep.
as hard as that might be.
When Guy was talking like this, I think Rob sounded a little annoyed that, you know, like Doug might be listening to this.
At the time, I was effectively being the devil's advocate. I mean, I was trying to.
I mean, the guy
give
is
him
doing the right
option
thing.
To decide.
There's
that
no point in having two folk
what I was
die.
saying was a good idea.
Come
He might have been
down
thinking
and we
it
can
in his
try
own
and save
head,
him tomorrow.
But yet not being able to come up with that decision himself.
I recorded at that time that it sounded like Rob wasn't leaving Doug, and that was kind of like...
And I mean, I don't know what I would have done.
For another
I
12
honestly
hours
don't know.
from Rob.
As darkness
Because
fell,
they're not strangers, you
the
know.
storm was nearing
They've
full
been up the
force.
mountain 3 times together now,
It
so they
swept
know
over
each
the
other.
South Cole,
You know,
engulfing
much
Camp
harder
4.
to leave someone that you know. I mean, I'm not saying it'd be easier if it was the first time up the mountain. It might be easier because you don't know the guy as well.
Inside the tent. And the next thing I remember was the feeling like somebody was shoving me. But the thoughts were, why isn't anybody here? Why am I alone?
been doing? I think I'm too far across now for the portal, maybe.
I could hear nothing. I could hear nothing but the wind.
Yeah, let's head back up the way.
It was the wind that was moving me around. Like,
see, every time I see this guy with the red rings around him, I think that's the fucking portal. And get excited. And then realise it's not every time. Now, if I find the portal, though, we're going to find this spirit thing. We need to this time. I need it so I can upgrade. I need more power.
I didn't want to die alone. It was,
I found it!
It's
next to this fucking boss. Great.
Important to me to be
I think the reason this guy does so much damage to me is because it's chaos damage and I don't have a lot of chaos resistance. If I hit Earthquake first as well, this lowers armor ratings and defenses. Let's go! Oh, that's another one of those Forgotten Souls things. We just need one more of these and we can make another Diablo 3 item.
The storm, which began as a cyclone in the Bay of Bengal, surprised everyone on the mountain. As it surged higher, gaining in energy, power.
Okay, we're gonna find it this time. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it this time.
Overwhelming the exhausted summit
Let's just
climbers
start here and
as
we'll
they
work our
searched
way
for
around.
camp on the hard rocks and steep cliffs of the South Col.
Yeah, why not scoop everything up while we're here?
We would walk thinking, wow, the wind's going to want to blow us towards the Kangshung face, so let's overcompensate by going the other direction.
Oh!
Probably hit base camp.
And as you move further and you become more disoriented,
I just died.
And the entire time that you're doing this, the storm, the wind, the snow, the cold, everything is moving, is crescendoing, and now it's the noise level is starting to overwhelm you, and you got to yell at each other to be heard at all. And I don't know whether we're getting a sense of just being led like sheep.
Well, it is, man. I mean, if you can't see, you are just getting led like sheep. What else can they do for you, you know?
Became hopelessly lost. I recall the ice and the snow stinging my face, freezing my eyelids together to a point where I have to sort of break the ice off my eyelids to be able to see, and tripping over rocks and on the South Col, picking up Beck when he did the same because he fell over quite a lot.
I had no idea where we were going. I knew enough, though, to keep track of.
I love this spear thing. I'm always going to use this.
I thought if I let go of him and I got 3 feet away, I wouldn't have any idea where anybody was.
Now, luckily, we opened a safety portal, didn't we? Yes, we did. I was actually thinking the red portal might move. I was freaking out there for a second, but it didn't move. So
out of oxygen. Some of them really starts collapsing.
No funny business
those
this
of us
time.
who are still able to walk, try to sort of, pick them up, make them keep walking. This is survival. And
no way, is this that?
in the mountain is
No, that's
keep
a stone.
moving,
Damn it, I've got that
never,
already.
ever stop.
We all felt that camp was close, and we couldn't figure out why we had not stumbled upon it. We had passed discarded oxygen tanks, pots and pans,
I mean, yeah, it sounds like they're so close to the camp.
Right there.
So close yet so far.
40 meters from the tents, and people could die there, but there was no way that we could find our way back to the tents.
On both sides of the South Col is this big, expansive flat but at the edges it becomes precipitously steep.
One side's the
Like,
Kangshung face.
so steep, it's like a
and the other side
10,000
is
foot drop.
straight down the steepest section on Everest on the Nepal side.
And this is it.
So-
Nighttime
and
and
it was
pitch dark.
literally-
All you've
it
got
would
is your
have been
wee beam
walking
on your
off a
head.
cliff.
I just had this strong feeling that we had to just stop and sit down and just wait for a little bit for the storm to abate before we made a decision we couldn't get out of.
It's probably the best decision to make. Just stop. Try and work out where you are. I mean, if you keep moving, you fuck knows what's going to happen. All it takes is one step. And they're all tied together on a rope. So once someone goes over, they're all going over.
And Neil sensed this.
Scary, man.
I don't know how he did it. And that's the reason Neil's a guide and I'm not. But he made that decision that we're going to stop. And then
That's
we
a
started
legendary up
coming
there.
together,
No way.
This odd.
That's a legendary
lot
item.
of
Okay, let's not die again. Let's not die, let's not die. It's legendary gauntlets. Don't have legendary gauntlets yet. Ho ho! No Aether Res. Fire Res though, I've got plenty of Fire Res. You know what, I'm going to lose some Aether resistance here and I'll take the Chaos resistance. I can always get more Aether from something else. Plus those are legendary gloves, I can't not put the legendary gloves on, man, come on. I might keep these though, just in case, for like a backup. Legendary gloves, let's go! Was not expecting that. But yet, pleasant surprise. Legendary gloves.
individuals, and we become the huddle.
Pardon me. Now, I've already been in here 2 or 3 times this stream already, this one area, and still haven't been able to find that one item that I'm looking for, so I'm going to see if there's any bugs.
That many climbers were missing, and that Rob and Doug were still high on the mountain, unable to get down.
I don't think it's possible to get somebody
I'm in the wrong place.
who's incapacitated down the Hillary Step, let alone along the Knife Edge Ridge between the Hillary Step and the South Summit,
That's a joke, man, no
let
way.
alone in a storm.
I shouldn't be in the Ashen Waste, I should be in the Forsaken Wastes. I'm in the wrong place! Now I need to find the portal to get out here. Oh, it's right there, let's go!
Some sort of amazing thing happened and somebody came charging up with a pile of oxygen bottles that
Yeah, if only.
Rob was in really deep trouble with Doug.
So we need to be the Plains of Strife, wherever that is. Plains of Strife, yeah, we need to be up here for the next portal. I am a noob. So simple as just to get oxygen to him, but still such a hard thing to do.
As time passes, each one of us becomes more and more absorbed in our own world. You can know the other individuals are there, but you're beginning to lose that sense of contact with them. Charlotte says, I don't care anymore, all I want to do is die.
Hey Webster, I hope you enjoyed your dinner. And I hope you get ready for bed peacefully and have a good night's rest, my man.
And Sandy is about to come unglued.
You deserve it.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My face is
I'm going to go
freezing,
grab
my
something to
hands
eat soon as
freezing.
well, so...
I remember thinking, I don't want to die. I don't want to die here.
No, who does want to die on the mountain?
Yaska was next to me, and I was pretty much trying to shove
Underneath
her
for
and pummel her
Icor,
and try to keep it
okay.
going. And at some point in there, though, I had this sense of just gently moving away. I wasn't giving
That's
up.
Beck,
I
he's
was
giving in.
becoming unaware.
The cold's taking him.
We knew that going to sleep was the wrong thing to do.
Yeah,
It
you
was
close
too
your
easy to
eyes.
do. You just suck yourself
Game
back,
over.
you draw yourself back as far as you could into your down suit hood and just close your eyes and take a few breaths, and it was too easy to want to let go.
And that was the point where I just said, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the night. Maybe it's just easier to just go into that sleep before hypothermia takes you and just go on and get it over with, because this is too much.
Certainly these were real feelings that people were having, but it was like, well, you know, we just can't go there. It's you know, we're gonna be okay. We just got to figure out how to get through the night. It's just
It will be
about
done. Slay Commander, someone,
hour
you
by
got it.
hour,
What do we
minute
need?
by minute.
I'll recover the supplies. You got it. What supplies do we need for this guy? Just random supplies, okay.
Makalugao was caught by the storm far above the climbers on the South Col. He was alone with Scott Fisher, who lay helpless only a few feet away.
Sounds like such a simple thing to do, you know, just keep moving, don't close your eyes. But I mean, there's been times here in Scotland where I've been so cold that I would just be like, I'm ready to die, just let me die. I'm so cold, I'm so painful right now, just, I want it to be over. So, I can understand why people just want to close their eyes and have it all be over with. Forget that they're even there, you know. Forget the pain.
知道说，如
Just
果我那个时
slip
候
away
如
quietly.
果睡觉的话，那个身体就会失温，一失温的话，一下就会死掉，所以一直告诉自己 不能
keep
睡
moving.
觉，让它发抖。可是没办法，最后我是警告自己，叫自己的名字，马卡鲁不能睡觉，马卡鲁不能睡觉。我这样叫的
Don't sleep,
时候
don't
呢
sleep.
因为很用力。很用力的时候，那个身体会震动起来。马卡鲁，不要睡觉。所以那个时候我就想到，哇，安妮达跳 disco， 那我现在要来跳 disco， 我要让自己身体运动运动。然后能够取暖，所以那时候我就开始，然后打自己，拍打自己。
He does get the right idea now. If only everybody did this. Hit his legs, keep moving, don't stay still. The dude really wants to live.
这个时候呢，我就慢慢移动移动，哎，我发现。 在旁边，我移动没多久就摸到那个这么大的那个 Scarfish， 冰感觉都是冰的。然后我靠近，真的呢是个人，然后他就说 I am sick, I am sick， 声音很微弱，哇！可是我听到那个 I am sick， 我想他说他生病，问题是我也没有能力去救他。
This is a situation where people die. This was the real deal, and there was no mistaking the danger of the situation that we were in. We were on knife's edge.
Yeah, it's as close as it gets to death. Not only could the weather take you, but your brain could give in, your legs could give in, the weather could get even more worse, you know, you could fall.
I could almost objectively watch what was happening to me. And then that was fairly eerie, not so much as being an out-of-body experience, but monitoring myself for my downfall.
You're in this little tiny world of incredible noise and cold, and you're going past just shivering and shaking uncontrollably, where you have no ability to stop your body from trying to generate enough heat. You can't get it to stop.
Yeah, because I'm sure shaking is your body's natural reaction to try and heat yourself back up, so you could be wrong, but
I think it was Neil.
I mean, I only just found out last week that adrenaline is stored in the kidneys, so...
And once he spotted them, he yelled out something, and I saw the same sight, and quickly, like Neil, were able to figure out where we were in relation to Camp 4.
I associated Camp 4, the tents, as our salvation.
Yeah, safety.
If somehow we could just get there and alert people to our position, that to
or as safe as you can be on the mountain.
How this situation was going to go from extremely bad to better.
There was hope again to get up and to walk back to camp. But I had already let myself get so cold and mentally so detached that every time I stood up, I just fell down. Finally, people
I think about the amount of energy it takes to get up over and over and over again, you know? It's like one of those dreams we have where you can't walk properly or you can't run, but real life, you know? Horrible.
Yasuko I had on my arm the entire time in the huddle, and when I grabbed her to try to stand her up, she kept falling to the ground.
Ooh. Yeah, I need to upgrade Whirlwind more before I can just run in like that.
Her along, but I couldn't do it.
Oh, Lore Master, let's go. I'm getting Shinju's tag right now. I'm not the Lore Master, Shinju's the Lore Master.
Trying to get up, trying to get on your feet with a pack on your back, on unstable ground, and in the condition that I was in was not possible in the amount of time that
anyone know what that reference is from? Dinamite! What is this here? Oh, is this a supply maybe? Let's go. Yeah, Legion supplies. Nice.
We were staggering about like really drunk people.
47 years ago, I was done, put a spell on me.
Everybody's only chance of surviving. We did it
I'll
anyway.
be singing it with glee. Because when you're on the mountain, there's not to be a fear.
And I think I had one person on each shoulder. But after 20 metres, Yasuko had fallen over twice, and it was just a hopeless situation.
Yeah, and again, they've been climbing for how long at this point? 15 to 18 hours. You're going to be, whether you want to or not, you're going to be tired and annoyed. You're going to be worn down.
And we could see people getting
not going to have the same patience that you usually do. So
I remember Lena on Clove's arm, shuffling along slowly but moving. And me wanting to be with her, but just not able to physically go.
Oh, this part's not on the map. I see some more lore down here, lore notes that we're not going to read. Oh, we are going to read them, but we're not going to read them. free experience, bro. I see it. There we go.
We'll never know what happened to Rob that night.
Yep.
It must have been a desperate struggle as he tried to move Doug along that ridge.
Let's go the other way first before we go this way.
So far from the safety of camp.
We're just going to keep whirlwinding because I love the animation for it. Let's go. Even if it's not my most powerful move.
And what happened to Doug? Did he still have enough life in him to reach out to Rob and say, "Don't leave me"?
I don't reckon Doug would have said anything like that. Don't leave me. I reckon...
Or did Doug ever look at Rob and say, "Rob,
yeah,
just go"?
I reckon he probably did tell him to go.
Save yourself.
But Rob didn't want to leave because it was the third time they'd been up the mountain together and he hadn't made it any of those times. So, yeah.
And where was Andy Harris?
What the hell is this thing? Is that a person? Commander oh, that used to be a person. Wow. Oh yeah, slay Commander Lucius. That's one of my tasks.
We were so lucky that the direction that we went in led us to Camp 4, because we could have missed the tents by, you know, just a few degrees and kept walking past. We could have been wandering on the South Col forever.
Eventually, we sort of just staggered into the tents and more
The
or less
fact that
collapsed.
they made it is crazy.
Anatoly was like, "Where's Scott?" He kept asking, "Where's Scott?" And I remember telling Anatoly he wasn't with us. "No, Scott, not here, not here."
Yeah,
But
Scott's up
people,
with
like,
Makalou on the
remember
mountain.
turning around and pointing.
Oh.
Anatoly Bukriev,
A
a
double
strong
rare.
Russian climber, was one of Scott Fisher's guides. He'd climbed to the summit without bottled oxygen and had descended to Camp 4
Oops.
on the South
I'll keep
Col,
this.
hours ahead of his teammates.
Anatoly gathered
Anatoly, man, I don't know if it just said it there, but up the mountain without oxygen. Hardcore, my man, hardcore.
For at least for a little while, and then he set out into the snowstorm.
And at that point, I really felt like I had passed this baton to Anatoly. And I just assumed that this same set of actions was happening for Rob's team, and that Yasuko and Beck would make it back as well.
You got your supplies, bro. Here they are.
There was certainly a great deal of hope when I saw the group move off towards the tents. That meant that somebody would know where the rest of us were. Surely someone would come out and find us.
That clearly was
Yeah,
what
heading
needed
to
to be
the
done.
necropolis.
I thought,
I'll deal with the
it's not
witch.
going to be very long. We'll have help to come back out here, and we'll be back in the tents. It couldn't be more than half an hour, and folks will be back.
I can join this quest they just gave me. I can go down here and you can fight this lady, but you can join her instead, and she becomes like a quest giver, an item seller and stuff like that. So why under Creed's protection? Why should I trust you? I will defy
You can see a
Reeve.
headlamp.
There we go. What's wrong? I'll get these
Coming
items for you.
vaguely in our direction.
Do I have them already? Oh, I've
but
got one of them.
certainly not striding purposefully. But it was a light.
Hey, C9, I'm still streaming. Hope it's gone well. It has. We've leveled up a good few times. We got the items we needed. We're now just going to quickly go to, if I
It became
can.
clear that it was Anatoly.
He just grabbed me and said, "I'll be back."
Into the Forsaken portal. We're going to grab a shrine and then we're probably going to call it a day at that.
And he hooked arms with me and assisted me to my feet, and we started to walk back.
I need to go up here.
I tried once again
The
to
Plains
sit
of
down
Strife
at a few
to
feet and
find
rest, but he told me not to do that.
this Spirit of Madrogan.
Impossible. We had to keep
So we need to go here.
Finally, I came into a tent and there was Neil with a huge hot cup
Washing
of
your
tea.
dog. Yeah.
Remember him handing it
Oh,
to me,
washing
and I
dogs are
couldn't
hard work.
hold it because my hands were shaking
We
so
actually took the family
violently
dog for a
that he
valet
had to
the other
feed
day.
me the first few
We washed him
sups,
ourselves a few
and
weeks
then I
ago,
could
but we
put
took
my
him to get
hands around
valeted
that
at a place
cup
the other
and
day.
warm them
He came out smelling
enough
all
to be able
doggy,
to
all
stop
fresh,
shaking as
like
much
talc
and
powder.
drink myself.
Anatoly had promised me that he would be right back.
He despises. Oh yeah, so does our dog. Our family dog hates it. He's terrified
I
of getting
lost
washed,
hope
man.
that he was going to come back.
Our dog's a big dummy, scaredy
seemed
dummy,
like
but
it
he's
was
a big,
taking so
lovely,
long.
scaredy dummy. But yeah, he's terrified of getting washed. He's terrified of the lawnmower. He's terrified of the hose. Oh, loads of stuff. He's like my cat. Oh, he's like one of my cats, the dog.
was a
Very
glorious
anxious.
sight
Very
seeing
anxious
that.
animals.
Little tiny headlamp in the distance, growing larger and coming
And there
closer
she's getting saved
to
by
us.
Anatoly.
He came back.
Mad rushing and saving everybody.
Anatoly spent the whole night trying to rescue those people. He would have wanted to bring back both Beck and Yasuko at that point, but if he had done that, he probably would have died himself.
Yeah. There's only so much you can do. Even if you're a mad, crazy Russian, there's only so much you can do, unfortunately. So, we're looking in these Plains of Strife for another one of those red portals.
Being there, I couldn't see anybody. I could still feel somebody next to me. And I remember thinking it was probably Yasko.
Beck and Yasko out there together, frozen on the mountain. No help coming.
At that point, there was no pain left. There was just a sense of just detachment and calm. And I didn't feel uncomfortable. Nothing hurt.
Poor Beck, he's ready to die. He's ready to go.
Gradually faded into black.
Yeah, it's crazy, man, really. Stuck, yeah. It's stuck on Everest, bro. It's like being stuck on the moon. People can't help you. Helicopters can't go that high. The air's too thin. There's no hope. If you can't get yourself down, you're not getting down. No one's saving you up there. No one.
一想到要死掉自己啊，心里头很难受，因为不想这个时候死掉。
Being stuck on the moon though would be cool. yeah. You'd die of starvation, but it would be, yeah, no pain probably. Yeah, dying on the moon would be pretty cool because I mean, you're on the fucking moon. You're probably the only person on the moon. You've got it to yourself. You could just float around. I wouldn't care if I was dying of starvation. I'd just be jumping and floating. Everest though, yeah, different.
第一眼看到的时候吓一跳，赶快转过身来。我在想
Yeah, the next people, yeah, same bro, same.
好像是人死掉以后，然后下到地狱那
And
种
there's
奇
so
怪的
many
光线
bodies on Everest. And like I say, the bodies are always going to be there. The bodies of these people that died in 1996, they're still there. They're always going to be there. Oh, there's a movie about this as well. C9, if you're into it, it's called Everest. It's a really good movie.
你一定要撑，撑到那个真的有太阳出来、有阳光的话，
It's a really good movie if you're into it. It's definitely worth a watch. Why couldn't I learn about this in history at school? Yeah, they don't teach us anything interesting at school, bro. Nothing interesting, nothing worthwhile. Okay, how many bodies are on Everest? More than 300 people have perished on the mountain since the 1920s. Many bodies remain. And there was 8 this season alone, 8 this year. 8 people died on Everest this year. Some are hidden by snow or swallowed deep down in crevasses. So yeah, 8 people died this season, back in May.
And I said, Rob, where are you?
Rob's still alive.
I was really hoping he was going to say South Col.
Come on, Rob.
And he said, I'm at the South Summit. And my heart just hit the floor.
He's not going to make it.
Rob once said that if you're stuck up there, you might as well be on the moon.
There you go. Stuck on the moon. I didn't mind history all that much. Our teacher just told us stories about
Rob called
Scottish past,
saying they couldn't move
like medieval
and come and
times.
get me.
It was actually alright. But we didn't learn anything good either, really. Not in history. Can't remember anything I learned in history.
Rob about Doug.
Except watching a movie in history.
All Rob could
We
say
watched
was
Braveheart in
Doug is
history.
gone.
That's what I remember. That's all I remember.
At that stage, he asked about Andy Harris. He said, Andy was with me last night. Does anybody know where he is?
Andy just disappeared. Must have fallen somewhere, lay down, died somewhere. Who knows?
In the morning, we went through looking through Nambai and back. 350 or 400 meters from South Col. Beck was lying down.
British history can suck. It was so boring. Yeah, well, I mean, depending on how far back you go. I think some of it's interesting. Brutal, but interesting. Like the colonies and stuff like that interest me. Horrible, but it interests me. We were an empire after all. Some of the history is not so bad. It's all pretty brutal, but it's not so bad. No, it is very bad. It is. Sorry. The British Empire have done horrible, heinous things over the years. Oh, we're not an empire anymore. And I don't consider myself British, but... I found the portal!
我听到了，但是我的眼睛没办法张开。
Dude, Macula's eyes are frozen shut.
好像在做梦一样。有一个氧气面罩就照在我这里，然后我就顺势就一吸。
Yeah, Japanese history would have been better. It'd be good if you could choose what to learn at school, eh? And I know you can to a certain extent, but... froze because he stopped moving. See that? He had his suit open. I think it's called paradoxical undressing. You get so crazy that you unzip stuff when you're on the mountain. Yeah, I know the guy. I know the guy. C9. I've watched documentaries about it. Wendigoon does a good documentary on the Japanese prison break guy, but yeah, very interesting history that. Maybe watch that documentary next time about the Japanese prison escape, because that's a really good watch.
好像那个冷冻猪肉啊，放到那个冰箱里边冷冻库拿出来碰在一起，就咔咔。
At least I think it was a Wendigoon video I watched. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? The fact that what the guy was able to do and everything. So, yeah, we can maybe watch that one tomorrow. I'm going to end the stream soon, so probably going to end it after this video. But yeah, if I stream tomorrow, we can start with that one. It's been a while since I've seen that.
给他做那个人工呼吸，救他。
Yeah, use super something like that, break the handcuffs. Well,
但是救的怎样？我那时候
Mythbusters did a, sorry to pause it, but Mythbusters did a good episode where they tested prison break myths, and you can use like salt, chili, loads of stuff to burn through the bars. So yeah, you'd be surprised what you can use to break out of prison. So
脑筋也已经模模糊糊了，我们学霸就带我慢慢一步一步的。
No, metal is corrosive at the end of the day, innit? So you just got to find the right material to break it down.
During the morning, the winds became so strong. The Sherpas tried their hardest to get to Rob. They had to turn around somewhere up on the southeast ridge.
So they
There came
did
a point that they realised
attempt
it was
to
too dangerous for
rescue.
them to continue.
But the
It was
fact that
still blowing and hard to find the path.
here we go, a spirit Madrogan. That's heartbreaking. I mean, the
both
fact that they
decided
tried to save him.
We may not reach there, or we may something going to be happening for us too.
Yeah, they made the right choice. If they go up, they could die.
They were very upset that they had not been able to get up to Rob. They tried
Yeah,
their
I know,
hardest, but
C9,
these
I
guys
know.
were very exhausted.
Didn't try to escape again.
I was so sad.
Crazy.
I came all the way up there to help Rob, but I didn't meet him. I had to return close to by him.
They were about 100 vertical metres below him, and they had
100
to turn
metres.
around.
So
and they left
close.
some tea in the hope that Rob might possibly get to it. But
And I mean, even if they do get to him, they can't carry him. They need to hope that the oxygen and the tea revive him enough to come down on his own. So
when I heard that news, I was in tears, and Guy had to speak and tell Rob.
But that was a very hard call to make, to have to tell your friend and long-time climbing partner that the rescue that would save his life was no longer coming.
Nobody can come. That day, it's already late. He has been already one night spent outside there. And then, yeah, I already thought when we left, he's going to die.
it just shows it can happen to anybody, you know. Dude had been up the mountain 5
I
times
was now
already,
the person responsible
and it still
for
happened to him.
this, the survival of the team. And I was certainly in no condition to even mount a rescue for those who were still outside, or get the survivors of our team down to safer ground.
The decision to leave Beck and Yasuko where they were was not really a difficult decision, with probably partly my medical background, but also
Yeah, your medical
what we'd been
background.
through
Dude
the
was
night
still
before
alive, and you
was,
left him there. What medical background?
to see Mike come in very close to death. My estimate would have been at half an hour, and Mike
madness.
would not have been able to move. And here were these other people exposed to phenomenal winds, at least 80 miles an hour, 20, 30 below zero, all night. We thought it was kinder to leave them rather than cause them pain, even in a
You should never make
semi-conscious
assumptions.
state by
Never
dragging
make
them
assumptions.
over to where
They
we
assumed
were.
that they were dead, and one of
They
them
were
was fucking
basically
alive. That's how it
When
goes
I
on
initially
Everest.
began to come around, I thought I was in my own bed. It was pleasant, it was warm, I was not the least bit uncomfortable. There was nothing to hurt because all the parts that were exposed were dead. And dead flesh doesn't hurt. And it wasn't until I got far enough along that I opened my eyes and could see the ice in front of my face. And then I managed to look over and I saw the claw.
I got the item
was
that I
my
need, by the
frozen
way.
hand
I'm looking for the red
that
portal to
I
leave
really
this
felt
area
like I
now.
knew exactly
Because you can't
that I
open a
was
safety portal to leave.
somewhere on that call, somewhere on that mountain. I was on my own. Well, I was as good as dead. Then when I saw my
There it is there, let's go.
wife and children just directly in front of me,
Oh, Beck.
that
Your family saved
that's
you.
what drove me. And that got me up. And that got me moving.
Okay, we're going to go grab this right now that I
thought
couldn't
a
get
bunch of
before.
I was just trying to keep from going in circles.
It's up this way somewhere.
I remember one thing that was pretty unsettling. I can see the sun, not the rest of the stuff around, but I can see the big yellow ball up there, and I'm looking at it, and it's about there as I'm looking above the horizon.
Oh, I'm going to have to go the long way. God damn it.
You'll know when that sun goes down, the place changes rather dramatically from something which
Oh, well.
is survival
We're going the long way,
to
still.
something which is just horror on earth.
More points to level up.
I'm shuffling along, aware that I'm hallucinating. And as I was
Beck's up
getting
and
closer
moving
to
after a
these
whole
blue
night exposed to the
objects,
elements.
and I'm
That's
really not aware yet that
crazy.
the blue things are the tents. It rolls through that they might be, but I don't really know that. And it's only when somebody stands up in front of me and we look at each other over one of these blue rocks do I realize that I'm back.
Made it back to camp. What a legend.
I'm in the tent. I'm in a sleeping bag, and they know
No
that
worries,
I'm here.
C9, no worries, my man. Take care, bro.
An hour before dark, I radioed Rob to tell him that his wife, Jan, was calling from New Zealand on the satellite telephone at base camp.
Oh.
And that I was going to patch him through.
Oh, he's
to
going to
her.
get to speak to
And
his
he
wife again, at least.
Said, hold on a minute, mate.
His pregnant
I've just
wife.
got to put some snow in my mouth to moisten it. I'm a bit dry. Before he could talk to her, which, you know, was Rob just wanting to make sure that when he did talk to Jan that he came across sounding good, and probably to reassure her that he was okay and this was just a bit of a fix, but he was going to get his way out of it.
And I guess nobody wanted to admit it to themselves that it was going to be their last call.
I keep forgetting I've got
was
movement
something that was
speed
just
potions
never
that I can use.
said.
Gotta go fast.
And as I put the call through and held the microphone of the radio against the satellite phone, I was almost doubled up, holding my hands up with the phone.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's a nice thing to
because
do.
I was crying so much. And
To listen to someone's
I
last
felt
call.
that, in some ways, it was terrible to be doing. It was a terrible thing as well as a really good thing.
It's got to smash our way through this mountain village, and at the top there is a magic shrine that we can grab. And we can get more devotion points.
It nearly broke my heart, but I was glad that I could do that for them. And every time he spoke to Jan, he lifted. And
I would have thought as well, speaking to your wife would give
the
you
most important
the
thing
urge to get up.
I think I've ever done.
I mean, he knows his wife's pregnant. Speaking to your wife should get you up, you know? Get up and get home for your wife and your baby, man. Don't give up. But then again, it's not me that's there. I've never been there and I never will be there, so. That's the shrine up there, that's where we're going.
Night, the winds blew up even more than the
Or
first
is it?
night.
That
And
says
at
it's
one
restored.
stage, the moorings that were holding the tent to the rocks started to give.
I think I might be going the wrong way.
I didn't realise that Beck was alive, and what surprised me more was when I heard that the whole night he had been in a tent no more than 10 feet from where I was.
During the night, I woke up and I realized I was completely alone, and I'm incredibly thirsty.
So even though
I
Beck made it
called out
back,
enough till
he's
finally
still being
One
ignored.
of the Sherpa comes over and he has a
Beck, my man, dude
of,
cannot win.
hot tea, and he's right outside the door of the tent, and I try to get him
Oh,
to come
new
in the
helmet.
tent, and he won't come in. We sit and stare at each other for
We'll
a
keep
while.
this.
I can't get out, and he's not coming in, and eventually he wanders off.
There you go, a Sherpa there that could help him. Just leaves.
I think there was something about me that that had an air of death.
Oh, I've already been at this shrine. It was the wrong one, okay? Oh, here it is, here actually. There's the shrine, desecrated shrine. That's where we're going.
On the morning of the 12th, I tried to raise Rob on the radio from base camp, but there was no response.
Yep. Dude never made it through the night.
We tried repeatedly through the day. We always were monitoring the radio.
Just hoping to hear that call.
We didn't hear from Rob again. There were so many people needing assistance and help from South Cole that there was just no possible way to initiate another rescue
I can't get that item. Oh well.
In the morning of the 12th, still laying there, thinking about what we're going to do, Mike Groom unzipped the door of the tent and said, "Gotta get out of here. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Boy, good to see you."
Beck's still alive.
You know, I thought Mike was gone, but all of a sudden Mike made a miraculous survival, and he's back, and he said, 20 minutes, we're going.
I did the rounds of the tent and said, we're going to leave in half an hour.
This
Make
part's
sure
crazy
you've got
too.
Your oxygen and whatever whatever personal belongings you want to take back to base camp, and be ready to leave in half an hour time. And I passed one tent, and what caught my eye was the fact the front door was open and the back door was open.
You never guess who was in this fucking tent.
Sticking out the end of the tent. And I really didn't think much of it, except to think, well, that's one unfortunate person that didn't survive last night. And because I didn't recognise the person, because
except for the fact that he did survive the night.
There was a sleeping bag draped loosely over the upper part of their body. And
now
head, which
he's being left again.
Do with a dead body. And people have asked me, well, why didn't I look to see who was underneath it? But I've seen enough dead bodies in my life to not to want to have to do that. So I just dismissed it as someone who didn't survive the night. But I didn't know it at the time. But that was actually
Beck Weathers. Dude cannot win. He survived against all odds, and people are still taking him for dead.
No one had told him that Beck had come back. Beck had been put in a tent alone.
Yep.
Left for dead.
Again.
Once again.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I really don't know what the time is. I've lost sense of how much time has passed. It's daylight. I'm yelling out to try to get some connection again, some attention that you can see another person. That's what I really wanted.
Incredibly, one of the last people leaving camp heard Beck calling out. The news traveled down the mountain. The man everyone thought was dead was coming down.
Coming down, and he's alive. Against all odds, Beck, my man. I'm just going to pause this for a second. Just to, I think I might have an NPC dialogue here. What does that say? Find ritual stone. Is it over? Yeah, there we go. I think that's him there. Mogdragon. Is this your shrine? Points, devotion point, some items. The shrine was created in my honor. Yes, it is one of many, though none suffered the corrupting presence of Cthon as this one. Okay, thanks, buddy. Okay, now, did we only get one devotion point there? Yeah, we only get one devotion point for that. Boo.
Across David Brashears, who was holding out a water bottle to me. And as I was drinking, he said, "Do you know Beck's alive?"
Beck's alive? No way.
You could have slapped me in the face and not surprised me as much as that. And I uttered some expletive deleted and said, "That's not true." And he said, "Have a look for
what have we
yourself."
got for
and
bleed
I looked up
here?
across the Lotsy face towards the Geneva Spur, and there were two people helping this fellow down in a suit, which was obviously Beck's suit.
We'll grab the fox, because that's more bleed damage.
I was alive again. I was coming back.
Fox.
Even if I just fell apart at this point, I was going to get off the mountain. And the hardest part, the dangerous part, the part where you're going to get wounded is all behind you. And now it's simply a matter of getting home.
No, we don't want these.
For days, people have
Okay,
been
let's head back to town. We
dying
can
all
sell some
around
stuff
me,
now.
and I'm having no emotion.
Or we'll go to Icor.
My emotions were frozen as my body almost. But what's in fact happening is they're all storing up inside of me for this moment.
Where's my stash? I might have some of these items already. See the blood of Cthon and the tainted brain matter? I might have that shit already. Oh? Some cool looking weapons, man.
It wasn't until I got through the very last section of the ice fall when I could see people up ahead from our base camp. And
Why can't I see my
sat
stash?
down and I cried and cried and cried. I never cried like that in my whole life, I don't think.
Tainted brain matter. What else do we need? Blood of Cthon. I don't have any. No blood of Cthon. Boo.
When we got down to the base camp, and I walked in for the first meal into the mess tent, that was probably the second biggest shock. The enormity of it all hit me in one fell swoop. Looking around and seeing, well, this place is half of the people that I knew weren't there anymore.
Did I keep those double rare gloves or did I throw them away? Don't tell me I threw them away. No, there they are, double rare. Okay. The rest of this stuff can get sold though, I think. This
That
we'll keep.
leaving was so hard, and I remember being so slow as I couldn't stop turning around.
See, that would hurt me as well. The leaving. It's the leaving and knowing that they're still up there. They might be dead, yeah, but it's never really getting to say goodbye.
It was so
No
hard
closure, you know.
to turn your back on the mountain with
I can really sympathise,
Rob
empathise
and
with
Andy
that.
and
You know.
Doug and Yasko and Scott Fisher, all lying up there.
We've got to find some blood of Cthon. That's what we need. Oh, that's the illusionist there. We can just do this here, actually. I got a new helmet, so...
今天
Yeah, it's
如果
okay, I
我
guess.
知道登这个山会切掉手指、挖掉鼻子或者切掉脚的话，我不去登山，因为没有那个必要。可是当我很小心的准备好了，装备各方面都准备好，体力、技术都 OK 了，我尽我所有的能力去努力准备，然后去登山。
Dude lost all
结
of
果
his
遇到
fingers.
不
Jeez,
可
oh.
预测的意外。
Lucky he still gets
那
palms.
我接受这个事实，这是我的想法。
everybody always says that the definition of character is what you do when nobody's looking. And when we were up there, we didn't think anybody was looking. And so everybody did pretty much what their inner person, the real them, the exposed them.
Look at us now, fire demon.
And some individuals come out of that, I think, justly proud of their actions. Others would probably never want anybody to know.
Bloodicathon.
I was fortunate. I got to.
I could probably get that anywhere.
To those acts, the good ones, the bad ones, and the individuals that came through that did well, that were selfless.
I think this is a DLC guy, so I haven't spoke to him yet.
Is to me a hero, even if nobody knows that.
For as long as people are drawn to Everest, this line of memorials will continue to grow. The mountain doesn't care whether we're here or not. It doesn't compete with us.
Yep.
It isn't burdened by our hopes and dreams. Everything it means to us is only what we bring
Is
to
that bombs I'm working on? Are those mines? Oh my god, those are mines.
it.
Holy
It's what the
smokes.
mountain reveals about us that has any lasting value.
That's it. It's what the mountain reveals about you that has the value. It's a shame. Really. Truly a disaster. It could have been avoided. Maybe one day. They say you shouldn't climb it after you turn 50. I've still got 20 years. 20 years to raise money and climb Everest. I'd love to do it one day. Oh, Doug and Andy were never found. Yeah, Anatoly, the Russian that saved everybody, died a year later. In an avalanche. On a mountain not far from Everest. Yeah. What was it? Wendigoon? I don't know if it was Wendigoon. I swear it was a Wendigoon video. What was the dude's name? Yoshi! Which channel did I watch this on? I cannot remember. I swear Wendigoon did a video on it. Man, I'm tripping something awful right now. I don't remember any of these channels.
This video is made possible by Dashlane. Download Dashlane for free if you never want to forget another password again at the link in the description. Aomori, Japan, 1936. Prisoner Yoshie Shiratori had had enough. He was forced to confess to a murder he did not commit, falsely imprisoned in Aomori prison, beaten and tortured every night by prison guards, and now worse, prosecutors were seeking the death penalty. In his mind, it was time to go. But Aomori prison wasn't the easiest to escape. Regardless, Yoshie Shiratori had nothing to lose, and so at 5:30 a.m. he made his move. He knew there would be a 15-minute gap in the patrol time, as he had studied the guard's routine for months. And when the coast was clear, he pulled
you've got
out
time on your
metal wire,
hands,
which
so
he had
what else you
smuggled
gonna
in from the
do?
bathhouse, and started to pick the lock. This was originally the metal support ring that was wrapped around the bathing buckets inmates used to wash themselves. His hands were stiff from the wintry cold, but after a few minutes of picking, he had success, and his cell door
I wonder what channel it
swung
was
open.
that I watched then.
But he wasn't out of the woods yet, because there were more locked doors ahead. He knew he only had a few minutes left before the guards would return, and so he wasted no time attempting to pick his way through the remaining security doors. Now, fortunately for him, he was able to make it out of the facility, but the bad news was that he was only halfway to freedom. You see, he was still well
if
within
he
the
knows how to
search perimeter,
lockpick,
which meant at any moment the alarm
then
could
maybe
go
there's
off
a bit of
and
a
he'd still
criminal
be
in
caught.
there, maybe.
At 5:45 a.m., the guards returned.
Unless he was a
peering into his
locksmith
cell.
for a living.
And this is what they saw. Shiratori sound asleep in his futon bed. But of course, what they didn't realize was that they were looking at something else. A pile of loose floorboards underneath his duvet designed to trick them.
The guards
It
have
wasn't
been
until the next morning
bamboozled.
that they finally discovered the truth and the alarm was sounded. But by then, Shiratori
Oh, yeah,
was
far
long
too late.
gone. Now, he had escaped, but if you've watched any of our previous videos, you'll know that things aren't always as they seem. In fact, for Yoshie Shiratori, aka the prison breaker magician,
I got a freak there when that
this
thing popped
was
out.
only
Didn't look
the
like it, but I
beginning.
moved a little bit.
3 days later, he was caught trying to steal supplies from a hospital, and just like that, he was back in the slammer. But this time, for his escape attempt, he was sentenced to life in prison. He would never be with his family again, his wife and his daughter, and all the
Did get
months of
life this
planning
time, but I mean,
had
if he's
led to
out
just
robbing
3
hospitals,
days
then
of freedom. It now seemed he'd be locked up for a very long time. 6 years later, in 1942, in the midst of the Second World War, Shiratori found himself transferred to Akita prison in Akita City. There, the guards treated him even worse than in Aomori. They had heard about Shiratori's previous escape.
I don't get it, man.
and were
Why
determined
treat
to
them
make an
bad?
example
I mean,
of
I
him.
get it,
They
right? They're
wanted to make sure
prisoners.
he would
They're
never
generally going to be
escape
bad people,
again.
but
Along
still.
with the usual beatings, he was forced to partake in extreme manual labor. made
If
to
all the
sleep
dude did
on the
was
hard concrete
steal,
floor in
then
the severe winter cold,
hardly.
and placed into solitary
I mean,
confinement
there's
for
certain people in
extended
prison that you
periods
would beat
of
the shit
time.
out of,
Now,
obviously,
this was a specially made
but
solitary
not
confinement
someone
cell,
like that.
which was very small and had a very high ceiling, with the walls covered with copper sheets so smooth that it was impossible to grip. In addition, there was almost no sunlight even in the daytime, with the only window light coming from a small sealed skylight high above. This was a room designed
Those
to
mines
keep
do a lot of
escape
damage.
artists
Probably shouldn't
from escaping.
just
And
run over
if
them,
that
kind of set
wasn't
them
enough,
off.
the guards also made sure that
Yeah, nice.
Shiratori was handcuffed at all times. Now, despite the constant abuse, one of the guards, Kobayashi,
Whoa, those
in
take a
fact, the
lot
head
of
guard, took
damage,
pity on
these
him.
things. What the
Kobayashi
hell?
never laid a finger, and even seemed to check up on him from time to time, concerned
And they still
for
hurt
his
me,
well-being.
jeez.
Perhaps this made life a little more bearable for Shiratori, and it might have even been what kept his will alive all the way to the night of June 15th. It was a stormy night.
Yeah,
and
surprised he
Shiratori
never
was
just gave
in the
up or
middle
tried
of
to,
one of
you
his
know,
extended stays in
self-exit
solitary confinement.
if he was
At
being
around midnight,
constantly
one of the guards
abused like
peered
that.
into his cell and couldn't believe his eyes. He opened the cell door and looked around in astonishment, as Yoshie Shiratori had vanished into thin air. All that was left was his handcuffs.
Bamboozled
So how did
again.
he do it? Well, there were a few assumptions the guards made that did not apply to Shiratori. For one, handcuffs simply didn't work on him. Shiratori was actually a master of getting out of handcuffs, and in
Oof.
fact had several methods to choose from. Here,
Okay, so if he
he
can get
decided
out of
to go with the
handcuffs, that
familiar
kind of makes more
lockpicking
sense that he's able to
but he really
lockpick,
could have
yeah.
gone with any of them. He had thoroughly scoured his surroundings to find anything that could be of use in an escape, and just like in Aomori prison, he was able to uncover a loose bit of wire. Perhaps it was from one of the items
Oh, we're
Kobayashi
almost
bought,
there. I think this
but
is the end of the
this
game, by the way,
wasn't
up here.
clear. After freeing himself from the cuffs,
But then
he placed his
there's all
palms
this
and
over
soles
here
of
as
his
well
feet on the smooth
that I haven't been
copper
to yet.
sheets and started climbing the unclimbable wall.
And there's
It
this
turned
as
out
well.
Shiratori was also an expert climber with an uncanny ability to scale like a lizard. Once he reached the skylight
Like
above,
a
he
lizard.
noticed that, yes, the window
Lazy
was
lizard.
sealed, but the wooden framing around it was
Lazy
starting
lizard
to rot.
club.
And so thereafter, night after
Okay, I
night,
gotta go back
when
down to the
guards
steps
weren't
of
looking,
torment here
he
for some
climbed
reason.
the copper walls and loosened the framing, bit by bit. Afterwards, he'd climb back down and place the handcuffs back on, as to not rouse suspicion. After a couple months, the window finally came loose, and from there, it was just about choosing the right day. He waited until a particular stormy night, so the guards wouldn't hear the footsteps on the roof. And that was it. He had escaped from prison again. Now this time, he wouldn't be caught. Or
there's no holding
at least
down. Yoshi!
Not in the way
I can't
you'd
even say it.
expect.
Yoshi!
3 months later, on September 18th, the head guard,
Bleh.
Kobayashi,
Bleh.
was at home
Bleh.
when he heard a knock
Bleh.
on the door.
That was my
To his
Yoshi.
surprise, it was the fugitive Yoshie Shiratori,
Oh, I'm gonna have to
unkempt
delete the stream
and
now.
disheveled, and he needed a
Yep.
favor.
Yep.
A stunned
Yep.
Kobayashi took him in and
What the
fed
fuck,
him,
man?
all the while listening to what
I
he
must be
had
tired.
to say.
I also need to
Shiratori
eat something.
explained that he didn't actually mind being in prison, and that the
That-
only reason he escaped twice now was due to the tremendous abuse he suffered at the hands of the sadistic guards.
Wait, maybe if you
Kobayashi,
stop fucking
however,
beating him,
was the
he'll
only
stop
one
trying
who
to
treated him
escape.
with any amount of respect, and so he felt he owed it to him to let him in on his grand plan. Now, this plan involved Shiratori willingly, yes, handing himself over to the Justice Department, where he could then personally make a case for how corrupt and barbaric the Japanese prison system was, and there needed to be reform. He wanted to campaign for change, and in the process,
I think it's a lot of
gained his
prisons, to
legal
be fair,
freedom
not
through a
just
civil
one.
lawsuit. He felt this was the only way he could realistically end up with his family. This, of course, was a super ambitious plan, and as a fugitive on the run, he was well aware of that, which is why he needed Kobayashi, the well-respected head guard of
I think
Akita
this is
prison,
the way to the
to
steps
vouch
of
for him,
torment.
to
I
strengthen
think.
his credibility. As the only guard who ever treated him right, he had a feeling Kobayashi would do the right thing.
Maybe.
Minutes later, while Shiratori was in the toilet, Kobayashi called the police. Maybe not a great plan. Just like that, Shiratori was back in prison, and this time, he vowed never to trust an officer of the law again. For the second escape, the courthouse added 3
I don't
more
think I
years
should be
to
here.
his life sentence. Now, Shiratori requested to be sent to a Tokyo prison, where the
Oh, I
weather
should.
was warmer, as he couldn't stand the cold in the northern
What's
prisons.
next?
His previous stints had weakened
I've already
him
killed them.
severely,
Let's
but he
go.
was denied his request. Instead,
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, I had a major panic there. Oh, okay. Chrome crashed. I've never had Chrome crash on me before. That was weird. That was weird, man. Why did that happen? Am I still streaming? I think I'm still streaming. Yeah, restore.
minutes later, while Shiratori was in the toilet, Kobayashi called the police. Maybe not a great plan.
Ooh, a little panic attack here. Oh my god. Oh. We're okay. I thought like the whole thing had just crashed on me there.
Just like that, Shiratori was back in prison, and this time, he vowed never to trust an officer of the law again. For the second escape, the courthouse added 3 more years to his life sentence. Now, Shiratori requested to be sent to a Tokyo prison, where the weather was warmer, as he couldn't stand the cold in the northern prisons.
Dude's
His
not
previous
asking for a
stints had
lot.
weakened him
He
severely,
just wants
but
to
he
be
was denied
warm.
his request. Instead, the judge sentenced him to the infamous Abashiri prison in Hokkaido, the northernmost prison in Japan. No man had ever escaped from this wintry hellhole of a prison. It was now 1943, and the cold was unbearable in Abashiri, as the temperature in the cells was below freezing point.
Oh,
Whenever
skeleton key.
inmates
When did we
received their
pick that
prison
up?
Food, the miso soup
Nice.
and soy sauce would often freeze up. In this temperature,
Oh, now we
a
can make
handcuffed
skeleton
Shiratori
keys.
was
Let's go.
thrown into an open cell in summer clothing, and he immediately felt the paralyzing sting of cold air. Perhaps in a fit of desperation, he tried to force himself past the guards, but they were able to push him back and beat him down. An enraged and defiant Shiratori stood back up and vowed that he would escape from Abashiri prison, like he's always
There's
done,
a
and
way
that
I
there
can
was
go
nothing
up
he
here
could do about it.
that I couldn't
In fact,
get
he
into
claimed
before
there
that I
was
now
little
can.
point even
I'm
putting
sure.
handcuffs on him, as he'd
I needed
always find a way
dynamite
to break
before,
free.
and now
If
I
not
have
by
dynamite,
lockpicking,
so.
then, well, this. He then proceeded to rip apart
No way,
the
did I
chain
find it
of
right
his
away?
handcuffs, to the horror of the guards. It turned out Shiratori
No,
had another
of course
special
not.
ability. Aside from his outstanding climbing abilities, he also possessed incredible strength, almost superhuman strength. Back in Akita prison, he could have broken free of the cuffs the physical way if he didn't have to put
Wow.
them back on. Now, this was impressive, but it wasn't
burst
so
out
smart
of
to lay his
handcuffs.
cards on
That
the
is
table
very
like that,
strong.
as the guards were starting to build an escape profile on him. They
Who
knew
is he,
had
the Hulk?
lock-picking
Superman?
abilities, lizard-like climbing abilities, and now almost superhuman strength. And so they set out to devise the ultimate escape-proof cell, one that was sure to be Shiratori-proof. And they came up
Shiratori proof.
with this. The new cell had steel fixtures with a low chance of rot. Any openings, even the bars removed, were made smaller than his body, meaning there was no way he could physically fit through.
I think it
He
might
had
be down
specially
this
made
way.
solid iron handcuffs that tied his hands behind his back, and leg cuffs that made him barely able to stand.
All
These
this
cuffs weighed
effort just
20
for one
kgs
guy.
each and
It's
had
crazy,
no
isn't it?
keyhole, which meant
They
could
obviously
not be
really
locked.
don't like him.
And the only way they could be removed was by two metalwork specialists who would come once every few weeks. to
Prison
remove
guards,
them
man,
in an
are
arduous
absolute
2-hour
arseholes.
process. It was at this point, and
Not all
only
of them,
this
but-
point, that he could even take a bath. And he certainly needed one, as weeks of being shackled up with no movement meant his cuff wounds were infested with maggots. On top of that, and as cold as it had already been, it wasn't even peak
Oh, this
winter
isn't
yet.
it either, damn
Any
it.
strength he would have left would surely be nullified by the upcoming freeze. Though just in case, they still made sure to cut his already meager food portions in half. And so that was it.
God, they're
Even
starving
for
the guy as
Shiratori,
well.
this
Fucking
was
hell.
too much. As winter came,
Totally
he
forgot about
succumbed
that.
to his fate. Every day, the guards would slide his meal through the opening, and he'd be forced to grovel like a dog. His hand and leg cuffs made every action awkward and uncomfortable, with even sleeping being a pain. There was no doubt life in Abashiri prison was absolute torture. Now, fast forward. Shiratori was somehow able to survive through the winter, and spring was coming. This meant he was starting
sheer
to get
fucking
his
will
strength
and
back.
determination.
Still,
Probably.
what could he really do? He was literally in a bind. Months passed and, well, nothing seemed to happen. Then one night, in August,
I don't think
a
this is
guard
the
in
right
his
way,
office
but I'm going to
was
keep
doing some
pushing it this way
paperwork
anyway.
when he
So
heard some shuffling on the roof. He wasn't sure what it was, but he decided to check on the prisoners. As he looked inside Shiratori's inescapable cell, he was stunned. The futon bed and prison garments were neatly
Oh, yeah,
folded
I've been
up.
here before,
The
actually, I've
specially
been
made
here.
20 kg handcuffs
Yeah, I've
and
done this.
leg cuffs that would have required two specialists.
That's
2
why the door's
hours to
open
remove
already.
was placed on the side, and Shiratori was nowhere to be seen. He had finally fulfilled his promise to the guards. The alarm immediately
My
sounded,
man done it.
but despite the work of the search party, it seemed he had truly disappeared. But how on earth did this happen? How did he escape from the fortress that was Abashiri prison? Well, preparation had started 6